to Nomad at Night, starring the one and only Nomad.
Yo, No Maniacs, welcome to the show. This is some extra sauce, not Nomad at Night. Very soon, very soon, courtesy of my guy Hair Bear. Shout out to my guy Hair Bear. If you know him, he's a supporter of the network. You can find him on Twitter. You can find him on, I think, Blue Sky. I think he told me he was moving to Blue Sky, putting some content out over there. But shout out to him for sending me some dope music, man. And I'm gonna try to use this stuff with a new intro for some extra sauce, which has earned its own intro. So right now, I really hate that we have to use a Nomad at Night intro to introduce this show because it's got its own feel, own flavor. I really look forward to this show every week. My guys are here with me all the time, man, and I love doing this content with them. And I just look forward to that, moving forward, getting that new intro for the show done. But it's a lot going on in the Bears situation right now. By the way, Kedz will be here in a minute. He's running late, got some situational stuff going on at home. He'll be popping in at any time. So, with the Bears, we got a lot of news to talk about. Not quite a bit. I would just say that, with some new coaching hires, some new, interview requests and things like that going on that people want to talk about. And I don't know if it happened, the last time we did a show trips that we got Dennis Allen. I don't know if we got him before or after the last time we did the show, but we got Dennis Allen in the saddle. And I'm looking forward to talking about that, man, because I can't stop watching Saints film and, Dennis Allen tape and all that kind of stuff so I can talk about it in detail because I know you all like it. And as the No Maniacs trickle in, man, I'm going to pass it on to Trips for some pleasantries before we get going here.
Hey, what up, Nomad, No Maniacs, everybody out there watching live, and all you people that watch on the on demand, replay, whatever the fuck you call it. So, hope all is good in your worlds, and we're just ready to talk some, Bears, talk some other stuff, because, it's extra sauce. So we put a little extra smattering of whatever subject matter we be talking on, especially when you got Americans and then you got those Canadian motherfuckers. Oh shit, what up, Kedz?
Hey, speaking of the Canadians, look,
I didn't even see you there.
I'm so glad it's extra sauce. We don't have to keep it 100 billion% Bears today because I have to get some shit off my chest today, but I guess we'll start it off with giving shout outs to Marco King and Minister Charles Johnson and Marlon Johnson, everybody getting in there early. Obviously, big love to you, my brother, and my other brother over there too. Sorry I'm a little bit late, but here we go. This Friday, my nephew, but I might as well call him my son. He's basically my other son. Got a crazy car accident. And if I could share the pictures with you from this accident, you would not believe that a human being came out of this car in one single piece.
Oh, damn.
This car is pushed from the driver's side, pushed right back, engine out. It's crazy.
He ain't lying. I saw the picture.
So I shared the picture.
Glad he's all right.
I don't know how all right he is, right? It's still like that, right? So he came out in one piece, which is good, but he's in an induced coma, head trauma, busted femur, busted arm, you name it. And
is that technically one piece?
Well, yeah, he's still all together. They could have left pieces in the car. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, one piece, but all those pieces kind of broke the fuck up.
They did break, man. They did break. So I mean, wow. So that was my Friday. Had to head over to the hospital, and the craziest part about all this is that.
Okay, he froze for a second. He's gonna pop right back in.
Wait.
He usually does.
Am I dropping out?
Yeah. The craziest part is that what?
Dad,
Wait, is he gone again?
Your nephew's been in a car accident. I'm like, how do you even know? You ain't even here. Like, you're nowhere near here. He's like, well, basically, like, my son was cutting hair here for a minute, and
his feed is tripping.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you might have to restart there, Kedz, because you keep freezing up.
Oh,
all right. We're gonna pull Kedz out for a second, let him get his situation together. Yeah, he did text me, man, a few days ago and let me know it was something going on. Yeah, it was that car was messed. I mean, dude, how he got out of that is a miracle. I ain't kidding you. I mean, if you see that picture, you'd be like, nah, ain't nobody surviving that. Nobody. You know what I mean? But it was pretty bad. You know, I'm gonna leave that alone and let him continue to talk about that when he gets back in here. But man, it was pretty rough, man, you know. So I mean,
you mind your own goddamn business driving down the street and you just never know. You know, somebody, you know, is not paying attention, whether they're texting or whether they have a medical emergency. Now they in your lane. And it's like, oh shit. You know, it's just like that. And this people just don't understand that, you know, the feet per second compared to the miles per hour. It's like, I'm only doing 30. Yeah, but that's, you know, however many feet it is per second. And before you can look up or, you know, get your attention back and then react to the brake or to the steering, whatever it is, you done already hit what's in your way. So y'all be careful out there, wherever you at. You know, as my mom always said, watch out for the other person.
Not only that, man. I tell my my nephews this all the time. I roll in the car with one of them fools, and they just be out there just rolling, man. You know, I mean, I'll be like, I go through a light, and I'm sitting up there. I'm going through that light, but I'm going through it with caution because I'm looking at the cross. You know what I mean? Everybody ain't respecting that damn red light. You know what I mean? And I tell them the same thing. I'm like, dude, y'all be flying over these train tracks and stuff wherever y'all be going and stuff. I'm like, dude, man, you better slow down. Make sure, because that's a computer running that thing or a sensor running that thing and telling you if that sensor goes out, you just, you know what I mean? It's just, you got to be careful out there when you're driving, especially on the road, man. You just don't know what's going on with the next person. Not only that, you just can't control, you know, situations. You know what I mean? You got to be careful out here.
Well, that's when you're young, dumb, full of cum, and, you know, you don't have the maturity of the world to know how easily shit can go cattywampus on you. You know, whether it be losing control of the car, you know, especially, you know, you get a little age on you. You don't drive your car like you do, let's say, a rental car anymore. You know, because, you know, you got to pay for all that maintenance and shit. But then after you get a little older, you see a few accidents, you know, a few wrecks over here, you see body parts over there. It's like, hey, let me slow the fuck down, you know, and chill out, you know, because I just want to get where I want to get to. Ain't no rush like that. Now, granted, you can have a little lead foot, you know, who doesn't, but don't be tripping.
Man, just be cool, you know what I mean? You'll get there when you get there. If you get fired, fuck it, is basically where I'm at this point. If you're late for work, you get fired, hey, man, fuck it. What meant to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't meant to be. So, like, he hit a bus, right? So this is like where things go sideways. And like, you jump online, like the first things to say is like, I'm jumping online. I'm like, really, this is happening? My son's calling me because he finds out, because my nephew doesn't make it to the appointment, never made it, calls his phone, just checking up on him. And basically, the guy from the barber shop called, right? So he called and he was like, "Hey, are you coming?" And somebody from the hospital answered like, "He ain't coming." You know what I'm saying? He ain't coming. You're gonna have to figure something out. He's like, "Why?" Well, he's been in an accident. So the homie called my son. My son figured it out. Let me know. So I get up and I go down there to check out what's going on. My brother goes down there too, and it's crazy, man. It was just the craziest little situation for Friday. But now I'm talking to my son. I'm like, dude, you need to stay where you're at and figure out, you know, what this situation looks like. So then I jump on online and I start to see You know what I mean? I'm seeing some evidence of the accident and what's going on. Folks have posted stuff up because it's a major accident. You know, it's with a bus, and like the way folks are acting, bro. Like the first thing to say is just like have some compassion for your fellow man and like step away from your fucking keyboard warrior studies. You know what I mean? Like be compassionate. People are out there saying, yo, this homie dead. Like this is the in the comment. He dead. Other stuff is like, oh, like, you know, those stupid bus drivers are causing accidents all over town. Yo, those people were in this accident too. They could be harmed. They could be hurt. You don't know what you're even talking about. Don't insert your personal shit, politics, opinions into a life and death situation. Just prayers up, man. Be respectful.
You know what, kids? That's why I've been taking a long ass break from social media. You don't find me on Twitter. And shout out to Nick Rimber, because I'm going to show in just a minute some stuff that he sent me on Twitter. I've been distancing myself from, you know, social media, man, because there's so much callousness out there and so much black-heartedness, and just I can say it because I can say it and I can get away with it because it's social media. Until you get busting your motherfucking shit. You know what I mean? It's just shut the fuck up sometimes. You know what I mean? You don't have to say the first thing that comes to mind. You know what I mean? It's just
you know, sometimes you can't help it because now, granted, shut the fuck up. I understand that I would, well, not me, because I say whatever the fuck I say when I say it. But there's a lot of people that will not say things to your face that they will type over social media. But there was I saw something on what was it, Twitter, that a kid died 18, well, not a kid, but a youngster, 18 years old, died in Philadelphia after climbing up one of those
I heard about
or whatever the fuck, and he fell off like 40 feet and he ended up dying.
Damn.
And you know, my first thought was dumbass. And then I read the comments and somebody put dumbass in there, so I liked it.
You were just checking.
Right. You know, because it's like, you know, that's not an accident. It's like you did some dumb shit. And
that
now
was
you
absolutely dumb. That was absolutely dumb. I heard about that, but yeah, go ahead, Trips. That was stupid.
You know, and it's like, yo, dumbass. And it's like, yeah, he's dead. I understand his family's going through it. But, you know, if he's doing some shit like that, natural selection. You know, maybe, you know what I mean? He wasn't, you know, Darwin Award type shit.
That's hilarious. Like, you know what? I get it at the same time, man. You know what I mean? Like, my problem is, you know, there's a family grieving here, and there might be multiple families grieving here. So, you know, be respectful, be cool. In a situation like that, even in a situation like that, I get both sides. But I'm looking at these comments, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. And I start typing up a diatribe to blast the world. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to delete this thing because I can't even bring myself to this. Let me just go deal with my nephew in the situation. Call my son. I'm like, look, straight up, you need to get here. I'm not so sure he's going to, you know what I mean? I don't know if he's going to survive after I see this picture. So my son comes down from Calgary, jumps on a flight. First thing I tell the guy is like, I mean, leave your girlfriend there, bro, because you don't have you're on a scholarship. You don't have just disposable money like that. Don't be spending extra money for no good reason. Who knows if he passes away? You're probably just gonna have to come back anyhow. Then you bring the girlfriend, right? Anyhow, brings the woman. My guy can't afford to figure his way back home, and I ain't heard nothing about how he's getting back home. So in the meantime, all level of conspiracy theory are going through the world, right? Trying to figure out somebody to blame for this situation. And at the end of the day, you know, there may be some interesting looks, interesting views. Maybe something was in his system. We'll find out, you know, as far as toxicology is concerned. I don't know. The other thing that they're saying is that he likely had an aneurysm, which caused the accident. Crazy, right? So I don't know what the end all be all will be and or result, but there are people of interest who should be contacted and communicated with regardless. I just need my kid to get the F back to college. You know what I mean? Go back to Calgary and get his head in the game and get his shit on. So, you know what I mean? That's part and parcel why I'm late. I just spent the last hour and a half yelling at this kid saying, dude, unless you have a doctor, a degree and you can cut people open and shit, you need to get on a plane and get back. There's nothing more you can do here as much as you love.
Well, aren't they? Well, like if that's his cousin?
Like, it's his cousin, yeah, but like
they're close like that is what you're trying
like
to say.
me and my cousin are like brothers, right? Because like his older brothers, just as a for instance, his older brothers are 5 and 8 years older than him. Me and him are like 6 months apart. So our whole upbringing is me and my cousin. Shout out to you, Namdi. Shout out, bro. Same with my son and his cousin. They even lived across the street from each other. You know what I mean? Like they know each other better than anybody else in the world. Super tight. It's crazy.
Well, now, as somebody, obviously this is your family and shit, but from a distance, you can't expect them just to go back to school like everything's fucking normal.
Oh, I know.
His brother is basically in a coma. And it's like, well, shit, I'm not going to leave and have him pass and then not be there and not, having to come back. I want to be there with him. I want to go to the hospital, I want to hold his hand, no homo. And, I want to, just be present because of the emotions that he's having to deal with. And being close to family or loved ones may be better for his mental health than going back, someplace where now he's all alone or having, to depend on a girlfriend. And it's like, well, any news? It's like, just chill, it's an emergency. Just let something happen, good or bad, but just, I would just suggest, hey, we're here for the support.
I was going to say that, I'm glad Trish said that, but, we live on the show. That's something I definitely would say to you, privately or on air.
Well, normally we would have this particular conversation behind the scenes. This is like you guys are getting extra sauce right now. But yeah, like I'm with both of you in that respect. And that's why I said you need to get here now. You know what I mean? You need to come here on Friday. He came immediately, picked him up. He's been here for the better part of the week. If we get to the end of the week and nothing's happened, you're now starting. So this is now going on. This is now like he just came to town and left. He was here for 3 weeks. So now he's back in town for another week. This is definitely eating into his education. He's here. He ain't studying. I know he ain't. He ain't going to the gym. I know he ain't. You know what I mean? Like I know these things. So I'm having this conversation with him. So you been to the gym? Nah, Daddy, I haven't been to the gym. All right. So you doing your schoolwork? Yeah, Daddy. Like you know what I mean? Like hey. Cool. All right, so when are you going back? Well, I have no idea when I'm going. Okay, well, listen, I need you on a plane. I need you to get back. I'm sorry, because if somehow this situation jeopardizes your situation on top of the existing situation, all is lost. All right, you need to go. You need to go.
So, kids, basically, you're going through what you're going through. Hold on a second. You're going through what you're going through. But at the same time, you're fathering, doing, real dad shit that dads have to do. And, you can't get away from that. All I'm saying to you is kind of what Tripp is saying. Just, back off, let him use his instincts. I know you are.
Out of Pepe.
Nicely played, Tripp. Well done.
Well, I'm just saying, just let him feel it out, man. Let him do his thing. You can't feel that shit for him. You gotta let him feel it.
I'm just saying I need him to make sure his head is in the game because I get it. This is a tragic situation. There's much more to the story, guys, that I'm leaving out, like a lot more. And I'm not gonna delve into any of that, but in the end, his heart is so closely tied to this thing that he'll be like, if I left it alone, and I'm coming off a certain way right now, and that's not really the I'm the pappy that I really am. I'm the pappy who's like, yo, go do your shit, straight up. Like,
but now, is your son one that he has to be told when to work out?
Under normal pretenses, no.
All right, so this is out of the ordinary for him because this is an out of ordinary situation. How many times in his life has he had to deal with someone close to him going through some shit like this?
Never, right? Like all of this is new stuff, right? This is all new new trauma, right? It's all brand spanking new. The facts of the matter, though, is that I get the trauma, I understand it, and he's going
want him to get over it.
Like he's not going to get over it.
But it sounds like you want him to get over it.
No, I don't. I know he can't get over it. He's too close to this situation. This situation is it's ongoing, and it will be ongoing for months, regardless as to whether he's here or he's back in Calgary. Months, right? Like, and after the show, Trip, you know what I mean? We'll debrief. I'll explain to you how close this situation is to home, and why facts are. If I don't get in, you know what I mean? If I don't make my impression felt now, he'll be here for months. He will fuck his whole situation up. And like I'm trying to explain to both of you, that's not the father I am. Under normal pretenses, and I had to say it to him too today. I was like, bro, you can literally count how many times since you've been 16 that I've had to get in your ass and yell at you. I don't. I let you figure your stuff out. You're going to learn from your mistakes. I let you figure it out because that's what men do. All right? Be a man, handle your own stuff, manage your own stuff. That's just me. But in this situation, I'm like, dog, you have no clear understanding of when you're going back. You put your whole life on pause. I get it, but give me an idea when you're coming back. Well, Dad, I don't know when I'm going to go back because I'm not sure. I need to do like some investigation. Doug, you're not the police. You're not going to get the information you're hoping to get out of nobody. You're not. You just need to go back home and try and put your energy into something else right now. That's kind of what you need to do. A little bit of a distraction is what you need from being this close to this situation. And when I explain what I mean after all this, you guys are gonna be like, holy smokes, Kedz, this is crazy. It's a crazy situation in all reality. Crazy.
You get us sitting here giving you our opinions on how to maneuver with your child. But that's your child. You know, yeah. With all due respect to that, you know how you should know at this point what buttons to push. You know, only a father can, but sometimes we get so close to the situation as parents and we don't really see it any other way but that direct vision, father to child, you know what I mean? And sometimes, I've said this many times. Kedz has heard me say this many a times. I've had to come in between father and son, father and daughter, daughter and son, daughter. I mean, those kind of dynamics where sometimes you can be too much of a parent and not realize when it's time for you to let that person trust their instinct.
So true. So true.
And then also it's just a different perspective. It's like, I'm not telling you what to do because you're a grown fucking man. It's just like, hey, just remember the kid's going through some shit. Mm-hmm. Like you were saying, trauma. Everybody handles trauma differently. You put them on, a plane back to school. He gets in the gym, starts working out, not paying attention because his mind's back here in the hospital, or back there in the hospital. He drops a fucking weight on his foot. Now he breaks his foot. Mm-hmm. Or some accident happens because he's distracted mentally, emotionally.
That is just as possible. And the reality here is I get that too. I just don't like. Yeah, there's a whole other side. There's a whole other side to this that also requires him getting the F out of D, right? So I'm just saying he needs to be gone. He's not a doctor nor a detective. He's a football player. Go get your business degree on. Go get your situation on. And like I say, when we're done extra sauce, we'll go back behind the scenes and I'll fill you guys in with the other. Like we're gonna be talking till easily 2 o'clock in the morning. So be prepared to jump out early, Trip. You know what I mean? You do know that. Be prepared to jump out because it is a wild and crazy story. The way that this situation may have have sort of come to a head, and a lot of it lies with my kid, right? A lot of it does, and fact is, he's because he's so close to the situation, he's gonna want to stick around here, and I can just see it ruining his life.
Yeah,
yeah.
Go ahead, Trip.
Nah, just like, oh shit, that sounds like there's some serious drama going on up there.
There's some crazy drama, bro. That when I give it to you guys, you're gonna be like, oh damn, okay, whoa, I didn't. What? You guys have no idea, man, because the level of spec. You know what I mean? Like when stuff like this happens, people look for for somebody to blame and
answers. Yeah.
You want answers. You want to point at somebody, point the finger at somebody, and say, hey, like it's your fault, and this is why this stuff happened. And I get all that, and like I said, there's persons of interest. There's things sort of going around and ideas and thoughts. And with respect to it all, I can't get into any of that. But
he's not like in any kind of danger or anything, right?
Who, my son?
Yeah.
No, he's not necessarily in danger, but he may put himself in a dangerous situation due to what went down. And
trying to get answers.
Trying to get answers, and I don't have time for that, and he doesn't either. Get the F out of D. Go back to Cal.
It's that fine line of that's your little man. That fine line of knowing when to stop being. You'll never stop being the pappy. You never stop being the pappy.
It's so funny.
You'll learn to back the fuck off. Okay, I promise you that.
Bro, I'm not that I'm not that father. I'm really not. You know what I mean? Right now, I definitely am coming off that way, and I had to be that guy today. Normal pretenses, my kids do what they want, like what they're. Yes, my son has a scholarship. Yes, my son's going to to be a football player for the Calgary Dinos, and he's been doing it. But that ain't like on me. You know what I mean? Like. That's his stuff. He kind of figured his way through that. I helped him get there, but he figured his way. He made his decisions. These are his decisions to make. He's out there. He's fending for himself. I ain't helping him. I don't have no money to help the kid. You know what I'm saying? Like you're out there. You're fending for yourself. You have to be your own man. You have to do your own things. That's on you. But going much further back, that's just the type of father I am. I to a certain extent, I do not push my kids to do anything. Like my daughter, she makes her decision. She's you know what I mean, on her. Go out, you do your things. If you want to go to school, cool. If you don't want to go to school, just as cool. That's not on me, that's on you. You'll have to figure out your life, and I'm with it. I might, bitch and moan to Nomad late at night about it. You know what I mean? Or I might bitch and moan to the wife about it. But that's on them. They have their own. They have their own past. They create their own past. I cannot live for them. I don't push, religion down to them. I don't push anything down on my kids. I let them make their own choices. And again, right or wrong, they're going to learn from them and be better because of those learnings. That's it, right? Like that's how I parent. I'm kind of at 16, I'm kind of hands off. All right, you're 16. Like you're going to figure your shit out. It's not really up to me to tell you how to maneuver. If you're in trouble, I'm here to support you. I'll help you. But
here's the question: how are you letting not raise themselves, but having the autonomy to be adults? But now you're in his ass about get back to school and get your shit together.
Because somebody had to do it, right? Like, so what's going on right now, and I know what's going on, is everybody and their mom is saying, "Hey, kid, like we know you need to get back." You know what I mean? Like everybody he's talking to is like, so when are you going back? Are you going back? But he's just like, like I'll eventually find my way back home. Great. Okay. Nobody else, especially considering who he is and the way he carries himself, nobody else on the planet is going to get in his behind and tell him that he needs to go and do this. And again, under normal pretenses, that wouldn't even be me. It would probably be his mom.
The kid just freeze up?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I think so. He was trying to make a point
I mean,
too.
bro,
Yeah, it
Damn
said
it. Anyways,
you froze up after you said it wouldn't be you, it would be his mom.
it would be the wife. But in this situation, I had to stop and be like, look, you know me. You know this ain't me. I know I don't tell you what to do at all. I let you go out there and do your thing. Positive or negative. I let you go and do it. In this situation, I know what the ramifications can be. I need you to get out of town. I need you to go back. With or without the girl. I don't know how you're going to pay for her to go back or what. That's not my problem. I ain't paying for it. You know what I mean? You need to get your ass back there and do your damn thing and make sure that you're getting your schooling on, because, you know, if you lose out on that, if that goes tits up along with this situation, boy, like when I explain the rest of this to you guys, you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, now I kind of see.
I'm going to cut you off before you do start explaining it live on air, because
not trust me, it's that level drama. I will and I cannot. Y'all behind the scenes is a different story. I cannot delve anymore. What it do, Crooked? What it do? FFG. Mad love to you guys. Nick Rembert, Paul Rodriguez, Dobbsy 34. Give you guys a bunch of love before we get away from the old the kids.
Before you do all that, let me say this, and you can feel free to go. But one of the dope things about being cool with these dudes here, man, these is my guys. And one of the concept of this show came about us talking in the background after shows, before and after shows. Like, hey, man, we need to do a show that kind of lets people see the real conversation that goes on behind the scenes and ain't always Bears related. We got a lot of shit that we sit around and talk about, that the general public doesn't get to hear. And that's why I love this show. And I look forward to this shit every single Wednesday. I look forward to it because I don't even know. I'm moderating, but I don't know what the fuck we're going to talk about. I know the stuff that I had planned, but what we're going to end up talking about, it's a whole other thing. And that's beautiful to me, just not knowing. And these are my dudes, man. I love the openness, Kedz, and I appreciate it. But I think we just need to start a new series called
Out of Pepe.
Bernie Mac, man, rest in peace, dog. Jeez, that's a classic clip too, man. Classic clip.
But go ahead and do your shout outs, man, before we get into this Bears.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. Jing-a-lang, jing-a-lang. AC Adams out there, big shout out to you. Joseph Archer's out there too. Our guy, it's Crimson, you dig, jumped in real quick. Shout outs to you as well, my brother. Oh, King Book of World, Super No Maniacs in there too, man. Slick Sophistication just jumped in. Hey, man, let's talk some Bears so I can get this whole daddy business out the door. What we got?
Change the subject. Get that mind off of some shit, off of some real life shit, and talk about some fantasy football shit. Not fantasy football, but football or sports or something to change the subject.
Anything to change the subject, but I mean, like, so is Doyle related to the big homie Ditka? I don't know.
That's fake news. That's
fake news. Okay, all right. It's been debunked.
Is it really Trip?
Yeah, because the person who said it or the originator of that rumor is like a troll motherfucker. And there has been it's like, oh yeah, that's my uncle, or yeah, that's my family. It's like, no, y'all just lying. Now there was a thing that the dude on the radio said about Declan's father.
Oh, don't do it.
That might be true, but that ain't none of our business, and that ain't on him either.
Well,
but you know what I mean? That might be like a reality kind of thing, but it is neither here nor there as far as what this kid is doing professionally.
I'm laughing because I've been rewatching lately. I've been rewatching House of Cards, super political show. Kevin Spacey, you know what I mean? Like, but he's a good actor, so I'm rewatching it anyhow. It's a super awesome show, and they just got to the portion today where, he's going for re-election, and he's in his hometown, and somebody digs up a picture of his dad shaking hands with a KKK member, and then they blow it up into like a 70-foot billboard and put it out there on the street to be seen. And he's in town trying to have a political address, and it kind of went sideways because he's from South Carolina and there are a lot of black folks out there. So yeah, didn't go good for him. But the moral of the story, why I'm bringing it up, is sins of the father. Can't really blame the son for those sins. So carte blanche, we'll let the young man do his thing, and hopefully he's the OC that we need underneath one of the best OCs in the game right now, right? So fingers crossed.
I think Hui. It's just he's a guy. And what I do appreciate the fact that they're trying to get young guys, especially on this offensive side of the ball, to talk to young guys, getting young guys to talk to young guys, right? And deal with young guys and young people's stuff. And you're talking about early 20-year-old guys, you got to try to reach them. You know what I mean? That's the goal. When all this football talk gets said and done, you got to go in that locker room and go on that field and deal with them on a personal level away from the field, give them sage advice, and try to relate to what young people think. You know what I mean? People that age think a certain way. You guys, I'm not that far gone from that age that I don't remember. You know what I mean? I know what it was like. It was a whole lot of basically piss and vinegar. You know what I mean? And you're trying to get through the piss and vinegar to get the production out of the player. So you're trying to get through that part of it and get to I'm a young, talented football player. And I want to show you how talented I am. How do we get to that? And so I do appreciate the fact that Ben Johnson is bringing in young guys to cut through some of the BS that's going on. I know it was BS going on inside that locker room. It was BS going on with Caleb and some of these other young guys on the team, maybe a few veteran people, but that's neither here nor there. I'll say that.
No, because if we're talking about, Declan, let's finish up the conversation on him before we move on. But I don't think it's just purely on a generational connection perspective. The buzz was, it's like, oh shit, he's the same age as Sean McVay when he got his coaching gig. This Declan kid has been on Sean Payton's staff, and he's highly respected. Everybody who knows the kid is like, fuck, he's smart. He's going to be a head coach. We still there? Hello? All right, we good? All right. He's going to be a head coach. So if he is an up-and-comer, coaching prospect one day that this staff in Hallis Hall has identified as somebody that they want to be a part of his development and have him in the building going forward, I just don't want to brush that off as, well, he's young, he can communicate with the youngsters.
I'm 50-50 with all of this. I like that Ben is sort of elevating somebody and teaching them, right? He's really going to be a student, and he has been a student for the last couple of years under Sean Payton, right? So I think that's part and parcel as to why he's coming over. But I like that maybe there's a Ben Johnson coaching tree that's going to begin here in Chicago, and that's why I'm like, it's kind of a cool thing. My little thoughts about it is, again, you could have elevated an offensive lineman into that role and really stole a prime like an offensive line coach, mind you. You could have stole a prime offensive line coach from someplace else in the NFL. Now, expectations are he's probably going to steal a top offensive line coach from the college ranks. At least that's my thoughts on the situation.
Yeah, I saw, I'm sure we may get to it, a couple of the names that have been requested for the offensive line interview for the job to be interviewed.
As a matter of fact, hold on, Tritz. I got you. I had to step out for a second, but I got you covered, bro. I got you covered. Because
just the natural flow. Who are we talking about? We've covered Declan. Who are our offensive line candidates to replace that punk ass SEMO.
Well, what's funny about this conversation, kids, is if you recall, kids, when we was doing Nomad at Night Sunday, we were having a conversation about what they would do here. And remember, if you remember, you remember when I said, you know what? I think he should probably go to the college ranks to look for an O-line coach. Do you remember that conversation?
Absolutely.
And sure as shit, what did he do? This is to me the perfect hire, in my opinion. Not to say that, okay, Justin Fry is going to be this great offensive line coach, but they all start somewhere. And what they do, all you have to do is watch Ohio State football. And if you watch that in comparison to what he was doing in Detroit, and so that's how I just compare the tape. And I can understand why he was attracted to Justin Fry. And this is Paris Campbell, by the way, who he's standing next to. That's a guy that's been in the league a couple of years. He probably should have been, I don't know, he might have been the first tackle off the board, second or third. I don't know. But they've been doing a really, really good job down at Ohio State with offensive linemen. And one of the questions I would have to ask about, this hire, if they make it, and any of the skepticism about, bringing a college coach in to coach professional players is, I've always had questions about why are these guys so really good against really good talent in college and come to the NFL in just a few months and struggle. That's one of those questions I've always asked. And I think, and this is just my theory, and y'all can call me a conspiracy theorist, whatever, but I think that the retreads in the NFL, as far as the O-line coaches go, they're stuck in the mud with these thoughts and ideas about you got to change this, you got to change that. This is what pro offensive linemen do. No, the game is really moving towards the college game. The way I see it, everybody's running RPO, wide zone, stretch plays, and all that kind of stuff. And why not get a guy? I think they're thinking about Caleb Williams in an interview like this. They're requesting the interview. They haven't received it yet, but if they get it, I think they're thinking about Caleb Williams. And why get away from what makes him comfortable instead of trying to force him into this pro style scheme? It's like trying to fit that square peg in a round hole when you don't need to. Let him do what he does. Let him do what he does. And if this O-line coach gives you some kind of a feel and look that's familiar and feels good for what you're trying to do and feels good for this quarterback, man, I'm with it. I think that's, to me, this is where they should go. Somewhere, in the Big Ten is where some really good O-line play happens, man. The best O-line play in the country, in my opinion. So I think they're looking in the right direction.
So I'm going to double down on what you're saying here, and I'm just going to really focus on the word development, right? At the college level, there's a lot of development that's required for the offensive line and defensive line too. You really have to train and coach up these kids to get them to the level that they need to be. We've sort of been looking at offensive lines this last couple of seasons, and I'm going to ask you, you both, like, how much quote unquote development have you guys seen at the line? I haven't seen very much at all. So my hopes is that looking at
none, kids, I can't say none.
I didn't say none. No, it's Trip. Trip said
no.
no.
I said none.
With Trips, but I gotta disagree. There's been some development. It's just not enough. I would say that.
Who's developed?
Who?
Braxton's come along. He just. I think he reached his ceiling.
I'm so surprised you said his name though. I thought I would have. If you said Matt Pryor, I would have been like, yeah, okay. Like Matt Pryor's kind of stepped it up a little bit. The amount that you've been like this, he's lighting the ass.
I mean, just because I don't think he's starting left tackle quality, but that doesn't mean that's two separate things. From I see some development. I definitely.
How is Braxton different from when he first came to the team? Now he's always been athletic. He's always been getting down the field, paving the way in the run. But his same issue of not being able to anchor and stop a bull rush is the same issue. How is that development?
It's not.
I would say this. I seen him. I think his inside step got quicker. You know, if you don't watch enough Braxton Jones tape, you probably wouldn't get it. But it's inside, like he would overcommit to it, and so to the point where when you see an edge rusher try to take that inside gap on you, and you commit to it, like he jumped over in it and overcommitted. And so if it's a fake inside move, and his intention was to get back outside, Braxton already had overcommitted to that inside move, and he can't get back outside. And there is the runaround on it. So little things like that I've seen come along over the last couple of years for sure.
Okay, now just going like quickly, you know, we lost the one offensive lineman to a different team on their practice squad or whatever. Jatiri Carter gone. Kramer is a fullback. Darnell Wright talent is because he's a top 10 pick. He's already talented. Pryor is a veteran. You know, Sheldon was a veteran. Tev was a beast on the field at many positions along the offensive line, but he can't stay on the goddamn field. So I'm not seeing anybody who CMO is like, hey, put my name on him because he's going to be somebody. I don't see that.
I agree with that, man. He was, I don't know, man. I can't sit here and fish for excuses for Chris Morgan, but I like the direction. I like what they're thinking. If they're really thinking what we were talking about Sunday, kids, is look to the college ranks for some guys that, you know, some young guys, give them opportunity, man. I think this is a good idea, a really good idea. As a matter of fact, my antennas perked right on up when I heard it, not because I want to be right about what I said Sunday. It's just about, it's about getting young and getting some really good talent in here and getting these guys together, because it doesn't matter in the offseason when nobody's around each other. These guys haven't even seen each other. They probably talked over the phone. That's about it. But when it comes to it, when you got to get in the room with them and say, hey, man, I've been looking at your tape, and you know what, Braxton, man, this is what I think you're missing. You know, this, that, and the third, and them coming together. Now it's about, you know, we haven't even reached the free agency part of the show where they got to go out and get guys that can come in this building and help. And that coach has to help them. Put all those guys with the guys you just drafted, plus the guys on the team. And how do you make this thing cohesive? And so that's the secret to the sauce of any O-line. Is how can you get them to play cohesive football? And so no matter what, whoever comes out of the game, this other guy knows what to do, and we're going to stay cohesive, like you saw in Detroit. And so however they do this, they've got to find that coach that can help do that. And so, you know, it's all good from a distance as we are looking and talking about this stuff. But when it comes down to it and getting these guys to play football and play in harmony, that's a work in progress, man.
No, that's why I'm with it, right? To me, it's a beneficial situation where you can move over a guy who has been developing offensive linemen at the college ranks for some time, whether that's Justin Fry or the other guy. Do you have a graphic for the other guy before I burst your bubble?
Yeah, you ready to get to him?
Well, I'm sure.
I got you. Right here.
There you go. See, this is a
passing game coordinator, Press Taylor. He's a disciple.
Oh, what the guy was gonna do? You see, you didn't have.
Go ahead, man.
You didn't have the right guy. So Dan Rouchar is the other, or Rochar.
You want?
Rouchar. I'm Dan. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your last name. From Tulane. He's the other offensive line coach that they're looking at right alongside of Justin Fry. So there's two guys. You know what I mean? You're patting yourself on the back a little bit by way of getting an offensive line coach to not really take a lateral move, but a lateral move up into the upper ranks. It might work, and it might provide a fair amount of development. So I'm with the idea, and there's two guys that they're looking at today.
Yeah, so this guy, Press Taylor, he's a disciple of, you can see the guy on the screen right there, Doug Peterson. I always love Doug Peterson's. You know, anytime you win a Super Bowl, you're going to impress me. And the offense really won that Super Bowl for them that year. They had Nick Foles when he was in Philly and that whole situation. Everybody knows that story. But Doug Peterson he's one of those cases, man, where I think coordinator is his best role. I think at this point in his life and his age, I think he knows that now. You know, everybody's not head coach material. We're gonna find that out about Ben Johnson. But really, really good schematically, I think Doug Peterson has always been. As you can see, he brought this guy into his tutelage. And so there's probably some conversations going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, suggestions. I bet Doug Peterson was probably on that list of guys that he could have brought in and decided to, make a coordinator and, just to bring some seniority in the building. But Doug Peterson might have said, you know what, my young guy, Press Taylor, man, I think you'd be impressed with him. Check him out. And I think it might have went from there. I'm just assuming right now, but that's his pedigree, man. He just started he took over the play calling, I think, this year. And I think he did a really good job with them. It looks a lot like what they were doing in Detroit. It's just they didn't have the running back horse that they needed to really make this thing work. And every good offense needs a good running game, right? And so, I don't have a whole lot to say about him, but that's the little bit that I learned about him in the little bit of time that I had to do this podcast.
Interesting. So I don't know very much about Press Taylor, but I'm not so sure if I love the passing game in Jacksonville, right? That's how I'm going to look at this. But the facts of the matter is twofold, right? I don't really mind if his offensive team of coaches are a little bit junior. I really don't. I think he knows what he's doing, and the fact that they're junior means that they're going to learn from him, and I think that's kind of decent. He also has the veteran on the other side to really help him out when push comes to shove, as far as Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen are concerned. So I'm not too worried about these young bucks getting an opportunity this time around.
And now that you brought his name into it, I do like the young development of the up and coming coaches, the next generation. But having Dennis Allen as the defensive coordinator, who has been a former head coach, he wasn't good at it, but he's been there. I think that gives a little of a sounding board for Ben Johnson to bounce stuff off of, on the maturity level. So you got the young ones developing, and you have like an older guy who's been there before to kind of answer those questions that Johnson may have, being that he's so young himself and a first-time head coach.
See, I'm with it.
And by the way, again, shout out to Nick Rimber, who's in the chat right now, man, who hollered at me on Twitter. I'm gonna show some of that stuff that you sent me, man. He sent me some stuff on Twitter, which I really appreciated, man. I'm gonna share that in a minute. Some stuff y'all gonna be really pleased when I show you. But yeah, this is I think the hiring of this guy and the OC together, and some of the other things that they're doing. I think Nick put it together the right way. I think, I'm going to say this. I think he's pooling young talent and young ideas. Does that make sense? I think he's pooling and being able to go reach into the pool and get good concepts from, different. Go ahead, kids.
I'm just saying it's young, fresh minds, right? Young, fresh, impressionable minds that not only can learn from him, but potentially maybe show him some cool new stuff. I am accepting of that this time around. I think it will be interesting because, again, I do trust his abilities to make this thing work out. I think he knows what an offense needs, and having these young guys sort of, following his direction also leads to less dissension in the ranks, right? They're not going to be coming in there with preconceived notions. Here's how this is supposed to go. Arguments, much less arguments, much more, hey, you're going to take my direction and apply it.
So go ahead, Church. You got anything?
Well, also, it was reassuring to hear, I don't remember where I heard it, but that with the hiring of like the Declan, what's his last name? Duncan?
Doyle.
Well, I know it's something Irish. That Ben Johnson isn't the, my way or the highway kind of guy as far as the coaching staff and ideas. He's willing to learn and have other voices, be a part of the offense.
Yeah. I think he's I think he's approaching this with a really, really open mind. And he's also putting people around him that he's comfortable with and really doesn't really necessarily feel threatened by. You can look at this guy on the screen right now, and you can see how young he is. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean
It doesn't mean anything at all, right? So
it means something. It means something. But it doesn't really, like, this guy is gonna, in a couple of years, if things go well, you know, he's gonna be a highly regarded offensive guy. You know, people gonna leak out stories that, you know, if it wasn't for Press Taylor or Declan Doyle, they wouldn't be doing this and doing that. All kind of stuff is gonna come out. But really, these guys got to get in the building, and it's good and cool to talk about, but it's really just a hire until you see them out there with the players. Really.
Hey, wasn't it the infamous R. Kelly that said age ain't nothing but a number?
Yeah, he did say that. I'm sure he said it to the judge too, and she won't mind it. My guy was all over Philadelphia too here, Press Taylor. So I'm sorry, Taylor. Taylor.
I don't
Taylor.
know.
We forgot.
It's Taylor. I messed that up.
We messed up. Yeah,
I got to get this off the screen. I'm embarrassed.
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot with it. Trying to double check. But end of the day, Press has a little bit more. You know, he's been around the block a little bit for a young guy. He's been in the NFL since 2013, right? So he's got a pretty solid 10-year plus, tenure in the NFL doing different things by way of coaching. Not like he's no Declan Doyle is really what I'm trying to say.
Hey Kedz, you know what's funny about this? I can recall my freshman year in college. We had GAs, man. If you don't know what a GA is, a graduate assistant. You know, they come out as soon as they graduate, they join the staff, and they give them some rinky-dink, Rudy Poot-ass job doing, you know, you're going to be helping coaching this, and you're going to be doing that. But really, they just donut boys for the most part, donut and coffee boys. And one of them in particular that was helping us out had just left the field, and I hadn't met him. You know, he was a senior that graduated out, came back as a coach. I didn't know who he was other than, you know, stuff that people said about him when I came in as a freshman. He wasn't on the team, so he became a coach. And so he's working out there with me and safeties and, you know, all the corners and safeties and stuff, and he's out there just going, you know what I mean? And we'd be talking and talking. And I'm just like, dude, one of these days, I was like, dude, you got to find something else to do. Like, dude, it's too much football going on. He said, man, this is my life. Dude, I watch you when you don't think I'm watching you. I'm in the office watching what you was doing out here on the field, and I can break you down. He'd be telling me stuff. I'd be like, you mother. You know what? He's a coach. I'm not going to say what team, but he's a coach right now. He's a coach right now. It's probably going to get, I ain't going to say he's close to getting no head coaching job. He's going to probably get a coordinator job within the next year or two. But that's dedication, man. I saw that with my own eyes, with my own experience, where he came from. You know what I mean? It's just dedication to what you do. You got to be a junkie about it. You know, you just got to pretty much give up your life to really, really get good at this stuff, just for a time until you get where you need to be. That's what coaching is. Ain't no, I got my family, we trying to go to the bowling alley, or we need to go out to the Navy Pier because I had this dinner planned. No, none of that shit. Nope. You ain't finna do none of that. You finna go right to the office, and I need some breakdowns on this player and this player and this player. And you're going to do it. That's what coaching is. If you want to get to the creme de la creme. I don't know how many people know that, but everybody should. It's a thankless job for the most part until you get the gig you want.
Well aware of these thankless jobs, man. Mom, that's been better part of my last couple of years or life. But hey, what can you do? I do see he's been one of them, right? He was a graduate assistant for Tulsa, I think between 2011, 2012, something like that. So again, shout out to Press, man. I'm semi-impressed by the resume. I think it'll click very well with what Ben Johnson is trying to put together.
Yeah. Well, let's get to this, man, and we're gonna part from the Bears conversation for just a second because I just want to see what you guys think of this. Let me share my screen. I know you've seen it, but I want to see what y'all say live.
Who's this fucking nerd?
One more time.
One more time.
Duval.
Yeah, that
Can
sounds
you
creepy.
believe? Hold on. Can you motherfuckers believe there was people in this fan base talking about we need to hire Liam Cohen? What? What the fuck is who is Liam Cohen, and how did he excite you that much to make you think he should be hired as a head coach here? I mean, give me a break. This motherfucker might be a goddamn serial killer.
Man, we just got rid of Flus. He just looks like another Flus. It's like, you goofy ass. Get the fuck out of here.
He's their head coach. They got rid of Doug for this guy.
Dude, they in trouble in Jacksonville, bro. They ain't real shit.
Duval.
Sound like a serial killer.
He didn't have no heart in that at all, bro. I'm sorry. There's no heart, no oomph, you know? No oomph, bro. Oh, man. Hey, you know, real sunny, no taxes in Jacksonville, so you do your thing, dog. You know what I mean? You
but he came from Tampa Bay.
Oh shit, there's sunny and there wasn't no taxes there either.
Right. I'm gonna give you an example of how they say it in Duval. And when they're talking about Duval County, that's Duval County. That's what Jacksonville is. And they got a thing going on. It's Duval. That's how they do it.
Duval.
And one more time and show you how this motherfucker did it.
Duval.
Goddamn, man.
That's why they giggling at him.
That was
They're like, we just hired this motherfucker, y'all.
Oh, yeah, are you kidding me? And how do you not see this in an individual when you're interviewing him?
That's when you make a face like, wait, what?
But that's what's wrong with the league, man. That's what's wrong with the league. They interview people, and just because that person makes them comfortable in that interview, and you can sit around and and you feel comfortable. You talking about billionaires talking to pay somebody to coach your team. They want to be in a room with somebody they're comfortable with. The problem is it's too many of those coaches. I mean, those owners that can't deal with the uncomfortability of you might have to hire somebody you're not comfortable with. He might not look like you, homeboy. You're going to tell me this is the best coach in the cycle? This is the best coach in the cycle you can find? Man, give me a fucking break, man. You kidding me? It's some good-ass coaches that didn't get hired because of Duval.
Well, I am just going to say that Dougie P won a Super Bowl at some point. So there is that. Was he involved in anything? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I do know about Liam Cohen is that apparently Tampa Bay, like, he re-signed with Tampa Bay and they gave him a big contract. So not only is Jacksonville paying him very well, but I don't know what they're going to get out of it.
Wait, but did you hear how all that shit went down? He was gonna re-sign as OC for years, and then it was like, oh, where's motherfucker at? Oh, I had a family matter to tend to, but he was really in Jacksonville hollering at them about the gig, and so the shadiness, the non-upfrontness, and then that serial killer Duval. It's like, you know, if I'm a Jaguar, it's like, oh God, we're going deeper into hell.
Right after, hey, kids, I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. I'm telling you exactly what I would have did. As soon as that freaking incident happened, the minute and the second when that press bike came out, Duval, I'm like, okay, you know what? We finna go in here and relook at this contract. I ain't hiring your ass. I ain't hiring you, bro. Dude. No. That should have been the warning. Like, dude, you made the wrong hire. This dude is they gonna clown him in that locker room. They are gonna clown him. I don't even know how they can take this guy serious. Really, I don't, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Remember that stuff I was saying about pedigree and cachet?
Man.
Nope.
Cachet.
Whoa. Yeah, nope, we ain't got none of that. But hey, man, more power to you guys in Jacksonville. I know you had to find a scapegoat. That scapegoat's name was Dougie P. But remember, he won a Super Bowl, so maybe he's not the scapegoat you really needed. It might be a long-haired quarterback. But hey,
Sunshine.
yeah, is what it is.
Man,
So I gotta know Texas.
You can't go into the season with this dude as your head coach, man. Soon as that, I'm telling you, soon as that press conference would have been over, I'd have been like this.
Man, sit your ass down.
You can't load it tonight, bro.
I'd have been like, no, dude, no, dog. We're finna sit down. We're finna refigure this contract, dude. How about this? We're gonna pay you a nice lump sum of money for taking the job, but really and truly, our heart ain't in this, and we need to go in another direction. You're not the coach for the Jacksonville Jaguars. How much do you want? I got an open-ended checkbook. It better not exceed $3 million. I'll pay you right now.
I'm gonna search the internet right now, but they need to hire Ron Rivera immediately because I don't know who's listening to this guy. They might listen to Ron. They need to hire somebody who like commands respect because I don't
This ain't it.
I don't see it.
This is not it.
No.
Man, sit your ass down.
All right, now speaking of sit your ass down. After the Eagles Commanders game, I saw something on social media with some little cockroach looking dude in the locker room dancing. It's like he can't be a player, and they was like Gilly something. And then I see in the chat, Minister Charles is like, he does look like Gilly. What the fuck is a Gilly?
Yeah, who Gilly?
That's real talk, real question. Who, what, why? I don't get it.
Oh, it's Gilly the Kid. I know who Gilly is.
That's a Philly boy right there.
Yeah.
Some local shit. Okay.
That's a Philly rapper. Come on, dude, you all into hip hop, man. You don't know who Gilly is?
Yeah, I'm into good hip hop.
No, Gilly's dope. Gilly got some dope shit out there now.
Kedz, is Gilly dope?
I've never I've been listening.
I'm hearing a whole lot of hesitation.
I'm not in yet, but hey, like I'm gonna pop him up just so the world can see who he is. And
Gilly's a dope MC in his day.
In his day, so his day's coming on, and I
don't play no videos, kids. Don't play no videos.
No, I'm just showing a picture of who he is. This is Gilly the Kid here. That being said, I think I've heard him on maybe one or two tracks, and he ain't bad. Now that I'm thinking about it, he wasn't terrible. There's worse rappers out there.
But that's not a ringing endorsement.
No, it is not.
Nah.
I've never heard of anybody going out to buy his album.
Ain't nobody fucking with him as a rapper no more. He got a podcast, and just like Nick Rimber said, that's all it is, man.
Yeah.
They say used to write for Cash Money. It's like, did anybody really write for Cash Money?
Yeah, Drake did. Oops, sorry, but he did.
Shut up, girlfriend.
All right, hey, let's pull that down. I got something else I wanted to show you, man. Real quick, and this is something courtesy of Nick Rimber. Shout out to Nick Rimber for that. I'm gonna pull it up. Give me a second to pull my screen up. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Hold on. I got to get to my notifications. This right here, I think you guys will really, really enjoy when I pull this up. And I appreciate him for bringing this to my attention.
This coming from Nick?
Yep.
Nick says he's out there doing the research. He's doing the work.
He says, breaking, Tyreek Stevenson has signed a contract with Pete Houlihan's performance unit used by rising stars like Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., and Bowers. Sources confirmed that the move was made at the recommendation of Al Harris, who aims to develop Stevenson into a standout cornerback ball hawk. Anybody that knows cornerback, I wish he would have called me. You should have said, Nomad, hey, man, I heard you a good cornerback. You was dope as shit. hey, can you help Tyreek out? I've been like, hell yeah. But I'm glad for the fact that he sent him somewhere. And I think, I'm one of them people that doesn't feel like a lot of people do in the fan base and was like, oh, I need to see punitive action type. No, I think you need to refine that kid. I wish we had 52 more Tyreek Stevensons.
We may need to refine him, but that kid got to grow the fuck up.
Yeah, of course he does. You needed to grow up at that age. Trip, what the hell?
Well, at that age, I was already on the street doing my thing, on my own. This dude's coming out of college, playing pro ball. He's an adult now. He's no longer a kid. There's no more excuses for immaturity because now you're a grown ass man being immature, and that's not a good look.
Hold on, Trip. You're gonna tell me that at his age you were not prone to any of this kind of behavior and attitude?
No, that was like when I was 15, 16.
Man, sit your ass down.
Tyreek, 22.
Love that one. No, that one's gonna ride out for a minute. Sorry, go ahead, Trey.
How old is Tyreek? 22, 21, 22?
Come on, man.
He's 24 years old. Real talk.
24.
And now that
24.
now that
his insurance rates is about to drop. He's supposed to be a grown ass man.
So now his insurance rate's about to drop. It's true, bro. Look, I gotta agree with Trip on this one. I was with you there, Nomad, for a second. Now that I'm looking at how old he actually is, yeah, we shouldn't have very much time for that. What I am gonna say though is two other things. First one is, I love the way this guy plays the corner. Like, I love it. He's super good at it. He's physical. I love it. And you said 52 others. I just need maybe one or two more of him, and that's cool. But yes, he does have to work on his attitude, right? He really does. As far as playing the position is concerned, I'm really not worried about Tariq Stevenson. I think he's fantastic at the position. I think he needs to get his scruples checked and make sure that, you know what I mean, he's not losing his shit on the sidelines or in the game, because that can affect the trajectory of a football game.
And now remember, I like his game. I think he's good on the field, but mentally, I'm talking shit to the crowd when I'm supposed to be locked in trying to lock this game up. I'm too busy, concerned about, blah, 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 instead of balling. If this program and these new coaches can get his mind right, cool. But his mind is the problem, not his physicality on the field.
That's it. Honestly, he needs more, in my opinion, he's more mental coaching than physical coaching. I think he's really good at the position. He plays it a little bit different than some others. He is a bit physical with it, but he's done a pretty decent job of sort of, learning how not to be physical and get flags called against you early into his career. That was clear and evident. He needed to be a little bit less physical early. And he didn't really draw a lot of flags. He started to draw flags, unfortunately, after the Fail Mary and after that punitive maneuver that was pushed down to him. And you could tell that it was, again, more mental than anything else. It was like, oh man, they don't believe in me, and now I don't believe in myself. Right? That's really how it came across to me. But I'm just gonna sit here and say, Tariq, the fans believe in you, dog. I think we all do. I'm lying. There's definitely fans out there who hate your ass. But either way, I don't. We definitely love you here at the Nomad Network. Kedz loves you, bro. Trips loves you, and I think that you're gonna be an excellent corner as you move forward, man.
Love is a very strong word.
Quick question, fellas. I just want to see. I want to test you two guys and see. Have you ever heard the word seedy being referred to as a player, for a player? Do you know what that means?
Seedy?
Seedy?
Yes.
You mean ghetto?
No.
Oh.
I don't know what that word means.
In other words, that means
I almost never.
He with that shit. He with that shit. And so when you talk about You know, I can refer to another guy, and this is interesting that I'm talking about this right this moment. I'm talking about, you talking about a CD guy? We talking about a Dennis Allen player? I'm gonna take this off the screen right now. Hold on. Let me stop the screen. I'm gonna take this off, and we're gonna talk for just a second about this. We talking about a CD player.
Are you saying like the letters CD or
no CD? Like the seeds that go on the ground. CD. That's how
CD. Okay.
That's what we call a motherfucker that's just really about that shit. You know what I mean? That's gonna come and play. You ain't got to worry about him. He's seedy. He coming with it. He's seedy, salty. He's, you know, testy and all those kind of things. Same category, right? And so when I think about somebody like Tyreek Stevenson, I can't stop thinking about CJ Gardner Johnson.
Oh man.
When those great Saints defenses were really good, that's when they had CJ Gardner Johnson, the seedy guy of that secondary. Tyreek is that guy.
So you're saying he's an asshole? What you're saying?
Yeah, he's an asshole on that field. I'm exactly that guy when I play football. But when you meet me and talk to me off the field, I'm the nicest motherfucker you meet.
I can contend you can also be an asshole for sure. So I
Al Harris is gonna get on him.
I'm just messing with y'all, man. But either way, like, it's funny you say that. He's exactly the comp to me. Not really with, much less with actual gameplay, but more so with mind gameplay. And you see it in the physicality that Tyreek puts on the field. He frustrates receivers. Receivers are clearly off their game when he's playing against them. And I think that's cool. Sometimes you need, and I've said it before about Tyreek, sometimes you need a jerk. Like you just might need a jerk to get into that wide receiver's brain and push him off of his normal modus operandi. So from a mental game perspective versus opponents, I like that he's seedy.
Yeah, man. I want to play with dudes like him instead of not. If you with it, I want to know that you with it. Let me know that you with it. You know what I mean? And let's get it.
Well, see, there's a difference, I guess, with this younger generation. You know, if you with it back in the day, you didn't have to say shit because people knew.
Yeah.
You know, just by your play on the field. But nowadays it's all blah, 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 blah. And it's like, dude, get back to the goddamn huddle. Why are you still over there talking shit?
Well,
it's like next play. Get ready for the next play and prove it. Stop talking about it.
Here's Trips. The funny thing about that is when you meet people, like what's different about it is when you go off to college, like, you know, when you're in high school, you know everybody around you. You know what I mean? When you go off to college, you meeting a bunch of motherfuckers that you ain't never even, you know, you don't know nothing about them other than the stuff that you read. You know, you get little clips. You know, your coaches are, hey man, you met this guy. You know, he's from Stockton, California. You know, this is, you know, his little layout. And you meeting these guys from all over the country, and you just when you come in and make acquaintances with them, and you be like, all right, this person cool. You know, he's cool. You put the uniform on that motherfucker, dude, and then you find out what kind of dude you really dealing with. You know what I mean? I want them dudes. I want to be around dudes. And I don't think we have enough Tyreek Stevenson. And so I need to be around dudes that's about it. If you ain't about it, I'm just going, you know, it's this whole thing about, man, I don't want to be around dudes just really not with it, man, because I'm going to say this about you.
SOF soft.
Period. Either you're that or you're Tyreek Stevenson. I don't want to, there's no in between with me.
Where is Jalen Johnson and Terrell Smith on that soft scale?
I see neither one of them in the soft category whatsoever.
No, there might have been a time when you know, maybe one of us or two of us might have said Jalen Johnson need to get in there and get them tackles, but it hasn't been these past 2 seasons. These past 2 seasons, my boy's in there tackling, and I have to give him much respect for being in there doing it. And I kind of wish there was a way to get Terrell Smith on the field more often. I do. He's really good at what he does too. I wish he could bring it to the table every week.
So what you got to understand about this whole thing I just showed you with Tyree Stevenson. One more time, Nick Rembert, I appreciate you, bro, for that one. That was nice. That was a nice one. But in order to understand the defense that Dennis Allen ran, you got to understand he's a disciple of well, I think his name was Greg Robinson or Greg. I can't remember his last name, but the guy that got in trouble with, putting hits out on, players and stuff during that era. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
He comes from that. He was on that staff. He's a disciple of Greg. I think it's Greg Williams. Greg Williams was the guy. So he comes from that tree where they play hard, nasty football. And gritty is it. Seedy, gritty, salty, all of that is it. It's Greg Williams, I think. That was Bounty Gate. Yep.
Yeah, Bounty Gate.
Yep. You got to have that, man. I don't know about some of these cats out here and the way they coaching these dudes. I need that extra edge. That's what we need in Chicago. That's why I was so on board with the entire time. Like, we need to bring Dennis Allen in this building. I need that mentality in here. Play with that kind of aggressiveness, that kind of edge, and finding players that play with that kind of edge, which is why I'm not surprised that Al Harris singled out Tyreek. Say, this is what I need you to do. Clean your act up and give me that gritty. Give me the gritty. But clean your act up first.
It's Greg Williams. That's exactly who it is.
Yeah. Greg Williams, he's from that. He's from there. He's been in the building with all those kind of guys. So that was a lot of people hated Greg Williams for those defenses when he was putting hits out on guys. This is at a time when you can really hit the quarterback. You can really hit it. At the very end of that, I think this probably ended up changing a bunch of the rules in the NFL. The fact that Greg Williams was putting hits out on guys, I'm 110% believe it. I don't know who thinks that there was some bullshit to that. No, I know how football goes. He put hits out for good reason.
So that what's Buddy's name that plays for the kiddies over there in the toilet? The dirty motherfucker?
Ndamukong Suh, he's Jamaican.
No, the defensive back.
Oh.
For Detroit? Which one?
Yeah, that goes after knees.
Aiden Hutchinson?
No, defensive back.
DB, he talking about.
Oh, DB. Oh, their DBs suck.
You probably talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson when he was there.
Still C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
He ain't there no more.
Kirby.
Kirby? Okay.
Kirby.
Oh, Joseph. Yeah.
Kirby
Joseph Kirby. Yeah. Kirby Joseph, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, him. Yeah. That's not cool the way he's going after knees because he's done it on more than one occasion. One time it might be like, all right, he was a little low, but it's becoming a thing with him.
Hey man, you gotta.
Somebody gonna blow his shit up, because you handle it on the field. If you constantly see a player going after your player or other players' knees and shit, somebody gonna fall on his shit, accidentally.
Hey, Trip, guess who else was on that staff? Aaron Glenn, who was on that staff with Greg Williams and them, who was the defensive coordinator with the Lions. They just got the job with the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
So you know.
The Jets,
so you know. So they teach that they need that edge. And I don't blame them.
But it's not an edge going after trying to hurt somebody when they're going out of bounds.
I don't know if it's trying to hurt them. It's just you're going to tackle the safest way you know how. If there's a question from the waist up or from the neck down, if you hit him in that space, there's a question about if you hit him a certain kind of way. If you lead with your head, there's too many things to think about. Just hit him. And if you feel that's your default, hit him at the legs. That's unfortunate, Trip. You're right. I don't like that, but I can understand why people are going to that default position. They fucking up the rules.
They are. You can't do a hip drop anymore. A lot of things. They just keep making it less and less, possible for the defense to do their job. Can't hit the quarterback. If you hit him, if his name is Patrick Mahomes, he'll get a call. But if his name is Justin Fields, he won't. So,
right. It's like will Caleb Williams get the calls?
No,
He's not a rookie anymore.
no. He plays in Chicago. Bears tax.
Yeah. So you got to talk like Kermit the Frog before you get any calls. Okay.
Hey, hey, you fellas don't. If y'all don't mind, man, I would love to give me a second. I would love to run off some of the Senior Bowl guys. I know people came to the show just to see that part of the show. If y'all don't mind, give me a second. I'll ramble through a few of these Senior Bowl players that I saw that stuck out. What's interesting about it, you guys, is I've been talking about some of these guys for weeks, and some of them, some of the stuff that I had planned on putting out later on different shows. But man, I got it. If you guys don't mind and be patient for a second, I'll ramble them off real quick, get them out. We can have some conversation. But this cat right here from the HBCU, he's from Alabama A&M, Carson Vincent. Hey, let me tell y'all guys something. This dude is not only, you hear conversations about, I don't know about some of these guys from these smaller schools. Can they step up their level of competition as the competition level steps up? Can they meet that? No, not only did he meet that, he's going up there and he's dominated. I've watched the Senior Bowl practices for the last 2 days, and he's absolutely dominated. 6'6", 305, a junior, Carson Vincent from Alabama A&M. Holy crap, this cat has made him some money. He is out there dominating. He top-level SEC guys, Big Ten guys, whatever conference you throw in front of him, playing at tackle, playing at guard. I'm telling you right now, they've got dogs down at the HBCU level. You just haven't heard about them yet because you're too busy watching the Big Ten and SEC. This cat right here, if he wasn't on Ryan Poser's radar, he is now. I guarantee you that. That's how good he was. He's been so far down at the Senior Bowl. Straight up stud.
Right now, he's projected in the 6th round. Let's see how much that rises.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to last.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to hear, to be honest with you. I want to hear a late round pick. We got 3 picks in that 6th round. I have no problems with them trading all 3 of them, finding a talent like this potentially, and getting him a little bit earlier on, because odds are his stock is probably going to jump.
Man, Carson Vincent looks extremely good down there. He's dominant. Like, I'm not just saying that lightly. He's dominant down there at the Senior Bowl. Best on best.
The right.
What's that?
Is he left tackle or right tackle?
Either. He's been taking. They've concentrated him at the left side. He's taking. I haven't really seen him take a right side rep yet. So how these guys end up getting those invites is they have conferences and phone banks and things like that, and coaches get together and say, hey, have you seen this guy down here or down there? Can you give him an invite, man? I think this guy's nice on tape, And what do you want to see, coach? I want to see him mainly on the left side. And that's all you've seen. I might have missed a couple of minutes of the Senior Bowl practices, but I've seen pretty much everything. And he is majority lined up on the left side, whether it's guard or tackle, mostly tackle. I'm telling you, he's tough. He's tough.
So,
Do you think he needs development in the league, or can he come in and push for a starting spot at one of those positions?
Every last one of them need development. Every single last one. Every player in that's at that bowl need development. But is he one of those guys I think you can put in there and play him right now? I think he rises to whatever level gets in front of him. And he's got the tools to be able to deal with whatever they put in front of him. He hasn't backed down from nothing. Matter of fact, he stepped to the smoke. I'll just put it to you like that. He's tough, man. And we don't talk enough about some of the players at the HBCU level, but I'm gonna change that sometime during this offseason, man. I'm gonna feature quite a few of those guys. I got several of those guys. We're gonna talk about some of them. They don't get the love they deserve. And he came into this Senior Bowl, man. He is representing out there, Trips. I'm not exaggerating. If you get a chance to go watch him, and especially in one-on-one drills, you know what I mean? When he's isolated, he's on an island against whatever they put in front of him. He is, man, I'm telling you, it's a sight to see.
So is he better in the run, better in the pass, or he's good at both?
I would say he excels as a pass protector, but he's solid as shit in the run game.
Right.
Really good. All right, let's get to
now have we determined what archetype offensive lineman that Ben Johnson wants? Does he want elephants? Meaning that they're just more pass protectors, or does he want rhinos, which means they can pass protect and get out and run and pull and stuff?
What's funny about his O-line is most of the guys on his O-line are about this size, long and lean.
So more rhinos.
No, long and lean. So taller, more lengthier guys, you're talking about. The only guy that's not really the lengthiest guy, and he still has a little length, is the center. But from guard to tackle, and Zeitler, he's a little bit bowling ball, but he's long too. But yeah, it's a good mixture. And so the inside guys are a little bit beefier, but the edge guys are longer and leaner.
So you think Mr. Vincent here would be a Ben Johnson scheme fit?
Oh, no, he's going to be a scheme fit wherever he goes. If we draft him here, he's scheme fit for sure.
Oh,
definitely. Right. No, there's nothing Ben Johnson can prescribe that this guy can't go up there and make happen. This dude is, I'm telling you, wait till y'all see him. There's going to be a lot of people talking about this cat in the near future, but hey, you heard it first here. Carson Vincent, offensive tackle, Alabama A&M, 6'6", 305, junior. Woo! He the real deal. Let's get to the next one.
All right.
This guy, Omar Norman Lott, 6'3", 315 pounds, senior from Tennessee. I talked about him. FFG will know exactly where I'm going with this. Pointed him out to FFG when we was doing some of the college prospecting shows, and he just kept on sticking out of tape. I'm going on tape to look at all kinds of other guys, their offensive line, secondary guys. Tennessee is so talented, and you end up watching enough films. It's like, who is this? Who is 55? And then now you stop watching what you came to watch, and you can't stop watching 55. This dude is a spark plug as a defensive tackle. He has definitely made himself some money. I don't know where people were projecting that he was going to get drafted. All I know is he's rising up people's boards. He's got long arms, and his twitch is outstanding. He was just living in the backfield down there in Mobile constantly. Every time you looked up, if he's on the field, he's in the backfield. And that kind of what we're looking for, guys that can kind of just penetrate and get upfield in a 4-3 defense. Isn't that what we're looking for?
Projected third rounder.
Tough. I mean, he's constantly showing out down there. Man, dude, I put this short out, it seems like over a month ago, and I think it was. But I only put players out that I really think is going to really shine and stick out to you guys. And so, look at those shorts and listen to what I'm saying in those shorts. I'm speaking about it again because he's showing up again at the Senior Bowl. But let me get to the next guy.
Who you got?
A center.
Hello.
Jackson Slater. Guess where he's from? Sacramento State. One of the smallest schools of anybody in the draft. You got your Alabama A&Ms of the world or Alabama, State, wherever. You got players from Sacramento State. This guy is a straight up bowling ball. He is the prototypical center type guy you want. The way he's made and structured. He's 6'4", 316 pounds. I think he's perfect. And this is another guy. Now I'm like, with that build and the way he's made, you see him playing center. They had him playing center, had him playing guard, but you love his center reps. He gets that ball up, and he's out and firing those hands and anchoring like an MFer, dude. The anchor is really, really strong. Jackson Slater, I don't know if you know about this guy, but please, no maniacs. Grab your pen and your pad and go check him out. Might be a little bit hard to find some tape on him, but you can find some Sacramento State highlights. Guaranteed. You can find some Sacramento State full games. But Jackson Slater quietly just became, watching him compete against the top competition in the country, just became my favorite center in the draft. that might be sounding like a stretch to a whole bunch of people. I'd say second favorite under the center from Georgia. I think Jared Wilson is outstanding. But if I had to give a second, I think Jackson Slater just took that. One-on-one, he was a sight to see out there. Any comments about it or question?
My only comment is he's probably a 6th rounder, maybe even undrafted from what they're saying. That doesn't really mean very much if the evaluation is good, especially if he continues to progress over the course of the next few months as, draft position slides, dips, and changes. So we definitely need a center. Heck, I wouldn't be mad if somehow 3 of them showed up because, depth is always a good thing.
And the more the merrier.
That's right.
Let's see who wants it. Let's throw a piece of raw meat out in the middle and let these dogs fight for it. See who wants it.
You see what In the Grass was saying. He said 6th, 7th round.
Yeah.
Now I think he's comporting himself in a way down there at the Senior Bowl. I don't think he lasts that long. If the scouts are seeing it the way I'm seeing it, I'm seeing this guy as one of the top centers that's going to come off. First thing I looked at was his build and shape. And I was just like, he's built perfectly to play center. Number one, I saw him walk up to the line and start taking reps. Number two, he was absolutely putting his foot down against the best competition in the country. And so whatever people, the hell with what these people are projecting and telling you where somebody's going to get drafted. Don't pay no attention to that. Use your eyes, trust your eyes. Believe in yourself and what you think this guy is. I think he's one of the top centers in the country. He is, I would say, he blows pretty much outside of Jared Wilson, every other center I've seen in the draft away. Just by the little things I've seen down at the Senior Bowl. I think he's 1 or 2 center in the draft. Forget what these people talking about.
Well, we'll see how that falls, right? So my thoughts is the center position is really interesting when it comes down to drafting a center, getting a center out the draft. I'm pretty sure the first center won't go off the board till maybe 3rd or 4th round. And that's great, right? That's perfect for what we're trying to do. We can draft one earlier than that. You know what I mean? We can draft him ahead of schedule and make sure that he's on the team. And I expect it to be Wilson. But one more time, we need some depth. I would not suggest if we're drafting a center in this draft that we don't look a little bit earlier than where Jackson Slater is slated. Mind you, he's not just a center, he's also a guard. And that's a beauty of that position. You can grab another guy and have him work double duty, have him develop as well. All of those things can be said here about a Jackson Slater. And if he falls into undrafted free agency status, all the more reason to grab a guy like this too.
All I know is just remember you heard it here first, y'all. Jackson Slater, I'm telling you. But let's get to another guy who really, really is comporting himself very well. Tackle guard Gray Zabel, 6'6", 305, a senior. Now, I'm going to say this. Gray Zabel looks really good down here at the Senior Bowl. There is some times where I've seen him get worked. I'm not gonna poo-poo Gray Zabel because what I saw for the majority was outstanding stuff. I mean, I seen him shut guys down. And 305, you're not a really big guy. You're not a really big guy. He's longer and leaner. That's kind of what, really good offensive tackles have that kind of build. They stay in that 6'4" to 6'6" range, 6'7", maybe, anywhere between 310 and 315, 320. Those are the really good offensive tackle sizes and shapes. Gray Zabel's looking good down there. He's looking good, really good down there. There's a lot of people talking about him, and I always I'm always like a little bit worried when I hear people talking about him too much because it tells me that everybody's just drinking the Kool-Aid and they just hear other people talking about him, so they want to talk about him a whole lot more. No, I've seen stuff down there that really warrants some of the, some of the hoopla he's getting, man. He's getting some love out there, and he's deserving it, man. I'm seeing it at the Senior Bowl in a big ass way, man. He's looking like everything people are saying he is.
Well, I'm glad he's maybe the 11th tackle in the list. We definitely need, you know what I mean? We definitely need some help at both of these positions. So if we can get a Gray Zabel who can double at both tackle and guard, I'm interested. We'll see how these projections shape up down the road, because I believe you'll probably wind up jumping up too.
So in the event that Keenan Allen does not remain with the team, we're going to look at another receiver out there in the draft and end up having to get him. Here's a guy that's going to, when you start looking at the film, Trips and Kedz, Jack Bech is going to really, I had him set for a show that's going to happen a week from now. So this Friday, we'll be giving you guys a show talking about some of these prospects and giving you some insight on some of these guys. And if he wasn't going to be in this show, he was going to be next Friday. But Jack Bech went down to the Senior Bowl, and he's turning heads down there. 6'2", 215-pound senior. Is a big receiver. You can see he's kind of well built from basically the neck down. He's a really good. He's not only built, he's really good at route running. He's got quick feet. He's got long speed, and he's got great hands and a great catch radius. I see he did a 50-50 ball today in practice that kind of gave some oohs and ahs, but it was like Jack Bech is, Savion Williams is the guy that everybody's going to be talking about from TCU, which is his teammate. He's a stud, straight stud, and he's one of those one-of-ones like DK Metcalf type guys. You know what I mean? When you see him, you will understand what I mean by Savion Williams is stud. But Jack Bech is going to make somebody's team, and he's going to be all kinds of Cooper Kuppish when he gets there. That's what I'm looking at right here.
Well, right now it looks like, projected according to this site, Beck is a 3rd rounder, while his teammate Williams is a 4th rounder. Projected.
Yeah.
So I mean, they have Beck higher than Savion.
Oh, really?
I don't believe that.
No, I'm reading it. I'm looking at it.
That's why I'm trying to tell people stop reading that bullshit.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. I look at it like this. Coming from the days, remember NCAA football, and you had to recruit, time for the players. You had to put them in the right positions. You do the math, and it's like, I'm going to draft this guy because of these traits. And then you look at, the Mel Kipers of the world, from the draft prospects on. And there's a whole genre of people who would rather simulate the season forward just to get to the draft process and go through all of that. I've come to the conclusion, look, I ain't drafting none of these motherfuckers. I don't have access to the interviews. I don't have access to the medicals. I get no say in the matter. So after we draft them, then I'll look at tape, see what we got. But until then, it's like, ain't nobody got time for all that.
So I'll look at some tape.
I gotta buy in. I gotta buy in because I gotta be Hannibal, bro. You gotta be.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I'm not, disparaging, that's for some people, but it's like, look, I'm not drafting them. And then like, what happens if you are pounding the table? It's like, oh, we ought to draft this guy. We got to draft this guy. And then we don't draft him. You got no say in the matter. Now you're mad. Now you're upset because they didn't draft the guy you've been pounding the table.
No, I don't get like that really. Like I don't at all actually. So like last year I was pounding the table for like a Malik Neighbors. I wasn't mad that they didn't get him. I'm just saying he just jumped off tape to me, right? So it is what it is. You make your decisions. Same token,
hold on, Kedz. I'm gonna say this, Kedz, before you finish that. To Tripp's point, I don't understand people like that get so wrapped up into the situation and process that much, where when it doesn't happen, you ready to hit the nuke code button. You know what I mean? You just like, golly, dude. Like, dude, as soon as it doesn't happen, I'm on to the next thing. But some people ain't wired like that. They get so wrapped up in the process to where they can't unravel themselves, man. I understand what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, it's not like I'm saying I'm not that. I do enjoy looking at these guys and getting a good understanding of what they look like. and we move forward from there. Because once more, Mr. Poles is going to do what he sees best, and it's his job to do so. So you know what I mean. I'm not making the selections, but it's cool to look and see what I see versus what he sees, and I don't hold it in any way down the road. I just kind of look at it. Mind you, there are certain times where some players are drafted well before. You know what I mean? Like I do have to say with Bayless, I was like, I've never seen him come off. Like I watched the tape, watched a bunch of other wide receivers. I never seen him get drafted, in any mocks that I've done or other folks have done anywhere before the 5th or the 7th round. So my thoughts was he just would have been there for them to get him later on. You know what I mean, if you reach, I question a little bit, but it doesn't matter to me. It's your decision.
Let's do this for when I'm done doing this. I only got 2 more players to highlight, but when we're done doing this, if you don't mind pulling up PFN Simulator,
got it right here.
Let's see if we can go. What do we got? We're in the top 10, right? And so we'll be able to see through the mock simulator. We won't pick anything. We'll just see if we can find some consistencies. We'll run it like 5 to 10 times just to see if we can see consistencies in those first 10 picks. You know what I mean? You can find it's like, you know what? Sometimes if you look at an AI model of the shit, you'll find some consistencies there. I've been doing that little privately. I ain't gonna give no tells on it, but I can see some consistencies going on and some names that have probably in the last 24 hours since the last time I did a mock have probably gotten to the algorithm a little bit more, and they'll look different. You know what I mean? So just to show you, this is algorithm generated thoughts that a lot of people are giving you. Talking about a guy, he's not projected to go into whatever round. We'll find some consistencies. We'll just run him a few times and get on up out of here. But I think that's a good way to look at how this draft might fall for us and what we might want to do. If you guys are cool with that.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, who's your next prospect up?
Got you. Right now, this guy right here, man. This guy right here from Miami. One of the other, I'm almost as impressed with Jalen Rivers. Jalen Rivers is a tackle / guard. 6'5", 325-pound junior from Miami. He is like, I'm watching these guys play, and I'm just like, who's going to purport themselves as dominant? Who's going to show out to me as dominant? And right away, Carson Vincent, and then the next person was Jalen Rivers. And then the next person after that was Jackson Slater. And so I'm pointing out to you that I see true dominance in those 3 guys. And this guy in particular was really, they was giving him, he wasn't like Carson Vincent was getting all the, left tackle reps. They was giving him left tackle reps. They was giving him left guard reps. They was giving him right guard reps, right tackle reps. And he just was killing it everywhere. And so this is another guy that ain't nobody talking about out there. Jalen Rivers is moving up draft boards, if it can be said about what he did at the Senior Bowl. He's going to turn some heads that maybe, I believe most of these coaches down there already know what these guys are, but they want to come down there and see what they need to see in person, good on good, one-on-one at the Senior Bowl. And this dude is going to impress you.
Well, hell, what I'm looking here, UDFA.
Man, that's bullshit. Not based off what I seen at the Senior Bowl.
Well, yeah, I'm right. I was literally going to say the exact same thing. Like it leads me to ask you two questions, and the first one isn't about Jalen Rivers; it's about Jack Besh. Do you think we should be looking at the wide receiver position this season by way of draft, Nomad?
Say that one more time.
Yeah. Do you think we should be looking at the wide receiver position this year in the draft?
No question.
Really?
Yeah. No question about it. Okay. Because it's not only do we not know what's going to happen with Keenan, they know what's going to happen with Keenan.
Yeah, Keenan's out of there.
Well, we don't know, but until it happens, I'm gonna just assume he's going to be here. But if he's gone, I think we need a slot receiver. Be quite honest with you. That's what I think we need.
I completely agree with you. I just wouldn't draft one this cycle. I would get him in free agency and spend the Keenan Allen money again on maybe a Trey Smith or a big addition to the line, which then leads me to the second question. Second question is, do you think we need offensive linemen that are projected anywhere behind the third round?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yep. Because most of the like you look at lists of Hall of Fame offensive linemen, there's going to be a long ass list of guards and tackles and centers that were drafted. Some of them that weren't even drafted. They were UDFAs.
Yeah, Trey Smith was a 6th rounder.
Yeah.
Well, then you can just go pick them up in the UDFA market, which is in my opinion, by way of depth, brilliant, right? Like that's where you're really scouting, and you're getting some level of upside on the talent that you've scouted and you've now brought in technically on the cheap, right? When you didn't have to spend actual capital to bring them in. So my thoughts on that offensive line one more time is you spend that Keenan Allen money on somebody, shore up a position there. You probably also want to spend a little money on 2 more guys there, because if Tevin's leaving, you got to replace him. Nate Davis is already gone, so you probably got to look at 2 to 3 players on the offensive line in free agency alone, maybe 4.
Well, now and remember, just real quick, that the offensive line is the only position group where there is no free agent money really being allocated, in any major kind of way. There's no current contract that's signed that allocates money in any major way. So the only room that has left to really be spent on is the offensive line.
Hey, so let me give you a little secret, kids. And one of my homeboys, I'm gonna just say he's going through progression right now, because he was just a coach at the Patriots. I'm not gonna give no names. I ain't gonna tell nobody much of nothing. But he's getting ready. He's probably getting ready to get hired with Tennessee, and so he's got a Patriot lineage, right? And so one of the things I talked to him about is they are very intentional when they're out in the scouting process, when they out there, Senior Bowl shit and doing all that kind of stuff, and they out and about looking for players. These guys are intentional when they drive a player's stock value down. I don't see this guy as a first, second, or third rounder. I don't even think about their drive. Some of the comments you're hearing from some of the people that you're listening to come from these voices. They know what they're doing when they're driving these guys' stock value down. They want to get them at 6 or 7 if they can get them. You understand what I mean? They know what they're doing.
There's value there, right? So if we're talking deep into the upside for the Bears is they've got 3 6th-round picks. If we're talking deep into the draft and you need to get depth, absolutely. But I expect that they probably should have found 3. I hope they find 3 starters on the line early. You know what I'm saying? That's my trade back if you got to. Who's out? I think it was in the graph saying he wants the top guy. I think they need quantity. I wouldn't be mad if they trade back like we did in our mock. Trade back, get a little capital, and get the tackle position shored up with additional depth. Get the guard position shored up with additional depth, and you also got to get that tippy top center. I think is really of the utmost importance, and you can get him a little further back in the draft. So that's kind of how I'm. That's how I'm built. That's how I'm looking at this situation, man. Because, banking on them late rounders is how we wound up in the Braxton Jones situation, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. I think we need to have somebody, either in free agency who's just going to take care of that tackle position, or an upgrade to Braxton this time around.
Well, before I get to this last guy that I got in mind, I want to tee up the conversation this way and understand what kind of defensive coordinator we just brought into the building. He's a press man, aggressive type of 4-3 defensive coordinator. He's a buck 2, 3, 4, 5 ahead of what anything you thought of Matt Eberflus as a defensive coordinator. Matt Eberflus was very conservative, in my opinion. I think that he's gonna get down to Dallas and it's gonna look a whole lot better. Why? Is because he got Micah Parsons and what's his name? Last name Lawrence on the other side of the ball. When he comes back healthy, he'll have 2 edge rushers for sure that can really get after the quarterback. Versus he had Montez Sweat here and hoping that he can get home with 4. He can get home with 4 as long as he's got Micah Parsons and last name Lawrence. I can't think of his first name. Somebody can help me out. Who? DeMarcus Lawrence. My bad. Thank you, kids.
Gotcha.
He's gonna look like a world beater in Dallas with that defense because he's got 2 edge rushers that makes him, it makes him right with the concept that I can get home with 4 and I can sit back in the zone.
But does he have the secondary over there?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Like their defense is good. Everybody was just hurt this time around, and it really didn't reflect well on Mike McCarthy. Like it kind of sucks for Dallas fans. I could give a rat's ass, but anyways, you know what I mean. Like those guys were hurt, and that makes sure that defense doesn't work. I'm interested in how Flus is going to utilize Micah Parsons because, he really wasn't aggressive, and the way to use that guy is truly in a Joker mode, right? Like he's really the Joker, But I don't know. I don't know if Flus can do that. Like I guess he kind of tried to do that with Kyler Gordon. Pardon me. I have to say that Mr. Washington started to really lean on Kyler Gordon this during his little bump up into DC and actually calling plays and stuff. He really used Kyler in that mode. I don't think Flus did enough. We'll see what he does with Micah Parsons.
Well, you're gonna love the way Dennis Allen will use Kyler Gordon because the film tells me Kyler Gordon is going to be probably, we'll just say, the happiest person when it comes to production. When you got Alontae Taylor, their slot cornerback, getting 3 sacks in 1 half, what does that tell you? They're playing downhill, ain't they?
Yes, sir. That's aggressive. Somebody's a Joker, and I love the way that Kyler plays. And I like the way that he's been utilized towards the end of this season. Unfortunately, the rest of the defense was not playing anywhere near as lights out as Kyler Gordon was.
Hey, by the way, welcome in, Zach, and everybody that's just now coming into the
Yeah, there's a switch we'd love to. Oops, sorry, Tremaine, but I kind of let's do a little switch. We'll send y'all Tremaine, Dallas. Now you got your big guy in the middle, and y'all can send us Micah Parsons because you can't afford him. I think this is a great little idea. Thank you, Zach. Shout outs to you, bro.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I know a lot of people in this program right now listening to me can't even imagine this concept. But when you can't imagine Tremaine Edmonds other than the way you saw Tremaine Edmonds playing in a whole bunch of zone coverages and just the way he played under Flus's defense.
No,
you can't imagine Tremaine Edmonds locked up man to man on the tight end and playing press coverage. It's gonna look different if they keep Tremaine Edmonds. So whatever you thought about Tremaine Edmonds when Flus was here, as opposed to when Dennis Allen gets a hold of his defense and ask him to do this. This is what we're gonna specialize in. We're gonna tack up and play man to man. And you're gonna have to solo dolo. You're gonna have to make plays like that. And some people can't imagine that. And so I'm just gonna caution people before they go run out there too far and get your ass ran over with the commentary about Tremaine Edmonds because you didn't like what you saw so far. Watch it. I'm just gonna say that.
So I can imagine it because he was forced to do it a lot in Buffalo. Now, I will be honest and say that I didn't watch I don't watch as much Buffalo football as I do Chicago football. That is clear. But he famously clowned by some tight ends before he got here. Famously clowned.
Some good-ass tight ends in the league.
There are some great tight ends in the league, and maybe we'll we can lean on that side of it. I'm just not so sure, and we've seen it here too. Right, I'm not so sure he's the best coverage option by way of tight ends. Like I don't know who's better. I can't sit here and say that there's guys who are better. There's guys that are better. But, you know what I'm saying? I
want to say, Kedz, I think you're gonna eat old boot.
Maybe. You know what? I hope so.
You're gonna eat old boot.
I hope so.
If they keep him, which is, you know, we exercise what it looks like if they just decided, well, we gonna cut bait with Tremaine Edmonds. If they did that, okay, fine. I ain't gonna get too emotional about it. But if they decide to keep him, you know, I think I can with me in this calling this defense. I like what Tremaine Edmonds can bring to the table. He's a unique talent, man. He really is.
If it resulted in us getting Micah Parsons, would you be mad?
Hell no.
That was fast.
All right, cool. Then we all in agreement then. Way to go, Zach. Shout out to you, Zach. Thanks for putting it down. I had to add up to it. But
There was no hesitation. Oh, hell no. Tremaine's out of there.
What are you talking about, man? You talking about any situation. You like, I give up with Virginia McCaskey and what you talking about, bro? What we talking, bro?
Take my wife, please. Really, no.
All right. Let's get this one more guy that I think people, anybody who's watched the Senior Bowl would tell you, Maxwell Harrison, 6'1", 186, a junior, sticky icky. When I tell you sticky, this boy is sticky. And we talking about man coverage, press man coverage that's what Dennis Allen wants to do. I know we full of cornerbacks. No, man, we got cornerbacks. Why are we talking about cornerbacks? Because they're going to draft one at some point in this draft. I don't know if they're going to be able to get high enough to get Maxwell Harrison, but who knows what's going to happen in these next few weeks when they decide that, you know, we're going to make some decisions on this roster, and we might decide to either keep Jalen Johnson or not. In the event that they don't, and they go with a more traditional man coverage corner, which I think Jalen Johnson is that in spades. But his contract, he's making a lot of money.
And he's not very physical.
Man, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I like this guy right here. Not only because he's that good in the Senior Bowl, he's locking MFers up. He's locking cats up and just win after win after win after win. And Maxwell Harrison is another guy that I plan on talking about later on when we're covering these prospects. But sure enough, he showed up in down there in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, and man, dude, he's everything and the truth.
Projected third rounder.
Third. I got him as a 55th pick here. That's just tippy top of the third. I don't want to hear the word the letter C and B on draft day at all. Like we got
because you think we got everything we need.
I think we've got Terrell Smith too, who can't even get on the field, right? Like I don't think we need another one.
We have two. I'm talking about the rotation guys. We have two man corners, Tyreek and Jalen. Terrell Smith is a zone cornerback. That's why they brought him in here. If you look at the Minnesota tape, that's traditionally what they play. He got some man-to-man coverage skill. Yes, he does. But that's not what he specializes in. He specializes in playing in space because he's a lengthy guy. That's what he is. And so when it comes to evaluating this roster, when Dennis Allen is doing that right now as we speak, late hours of the night, figuring out which one of these guys really, really fit what we want to do. Can he actually answer the bell when we ask this guy, you're gonna probably play man 75, 80, 85% of the time. Can you do that? So what I'm telling you guys right now is Terrell Smith is not a traditional man corner. And so when they get done breaking this roster down, he might be a guy that they might say we can get a better corner than that. Just being honest with you.
Well, I don't think there can be much deviation here this time around. You know, there was luxury before, a bunch of picks, and you know, we decided to double down at corner, you know, with Terrell and Tariq. I don't think we have any room for this move, and that's kind of where I was with the wide receiver move. To me, it's running back or just all trenches. Like it should be all trenches and a running back. Outside of that, I don't see them having any. I'm not saying they don't. Like he ain't no good. I'm just saying I don't think they have the luxury. You know what I mean? I don't think they have the luxury of making.
Well, now is it really a luxury if you look at Jalen Johnson, who's got the big contract, not very physical, and has a tendency to run off at the jibs a little bit too, off the field. And then Terrell Smith, if he's more of a zone guy, then you got Tariq Stevenson, who's going to that offseason program trying to get better. He's good. But then you look at behind them, Jalen Jones and Blackwell, they're good spot guys, but drafting a higher ceiling corner than those two guys or one of those two guys, I can see that happening.
So,
well, I'm just gonna say they would have to trade Jalen and get a lot of capital for it, which might be possible. But we're talking about a potential $30 million cap hit, and like that's pretty significant here.
Yeah, that makes it.
I mean, there goes half of your 60 million right there.
Well, let me cap it off. Let me cap it off these thoughts about Maxwell Harrison before I pull this image down. This is what I would encourage you guys to think about. Number one, you're asking a top. You're talking about a guy that constantly puts his defense in the top tier of the league. These last couple of years, you talking about a team that was really salary cap. They were way over the cap. And they couldn't really bring the kind of talent that they needed to bring into the building. I was surprised that they were able to get Chase Young in the situation that they was able to get Chase Young, because he was just like, give me this guy and I can get this thing going the way it needs to go. But ever since David Onyemata left the Saints, and he was that penetrator and that guy that was good in the run game, talking about their 3-tech, he went to the Falcons. I think in the last year, he was one of those guys that I was feeling like we should have probably brought in, but the Falcons paid him. And so to understand the constructs of what Dennis Allen does, he's gonna have to get a couple of the guys that he really wants to bring in here. Is it a cornerback? Is it a safety? It could be a safety. And we got many of those to talk about.
Like if the chat's blowing up safety, and my bad, that's the luxury pick. Like if we have to deviate from trenches and running back, I think safety is the lock. It all depends on what's going on with Brisker, right?
Well, question: Can Terrell Smith play safety?
He might be able. That's such an interesting conversation to have. So maybe same question. Can Tariq Stevenson play safety? Because I think he can.
Well, I think Tariq is more of a matchup, man press corner than Smith would be. So don't, take away one of your man press corners and put him at safety when you got a corner who's more of a zone guy. Just put him at safety, I would think.
Okay.
I think the cupboard is open, and I think we might. It's quite frankly, because what Dennis Allen does is, he can go out there with your he can go out there with your 3 corners and sub packages. What sub packages is, if you're playing a 4-3, you got 4 down linemen, you got 3 linebackers. That's base formation. Base formation, you got 4 linemen, 3 linebackers, and you got 4 DBs. You got 2 corners, 2 safety. That's base formation. When you go into sub packages, you might go with 5 DBs. You might go with an extra corner. You might go with an extra safety. He likes safeties a lot. You know what I mean? So, and when you got good safeties, you want to put them on the field. So, looking at this roster, I'm imagining that he's going to put Kyler on the field more times than not. And then if they draft a safety, then that guy's going to get some rotation as he gets into the flow of what they're trying to teach down there. But the truth is we don't know exactly. I believe it's going to be if they draft somebody. Let's just say they have 7 picks and it ends up being a DB. At some point, I think it's going to be safe, no question. But if they get extra picks, I can definitely see another corner coming in here.
All right.
But you want to fire up? You want to fire up your simulator?
Oh, like I said, I already have it here, but I think
is that the simulator? I saw something that there's one out there now that does off-season stuff, does draft stuff.
No, there isn't. Did you see that somewhere? Where did you find it? Because I'd love to use it. We used to use it here. It was called FanSpeak. We used to rock that here with Chris.
That's what's up.
They took all the functionality thereof out. So we would love to do a full off-season, manage the cap type situation.
I want to say it's a PFF thing.
PFN.
PFN.
Oh no, he's talking PF, Pro Football.
Help us out, Super No Maniacs. I know one of you so-and-sos know and are up on all of the draft simulators and off-season, stuff.
No way.
What's wrong? What happened?
Trying to make you pay for it?
No, hold on. Just give me. You keep talking. You keep talking.
All right, so Super No Maniacs, make sure that you are subscribed, that you are liking, and that you are, building with us and supporting on all the social media platforms that, the Nomad Network is on. Because, hey, we talk to you like real people. We don't talk down to you. We don't talk over you. And we don't talk through you. It's about the community. And the Super No Maniacs, that's what's up. Because now, if you want to be a Super No Maniac while Kedz is pulling that up, Nomad, how do they become Super No Maniacs?
You can become a Super No Maniac while I'm pulling up. You caught me off guard, but I'm going to try to roll with your trips, and I appreciate you. You can become a Super No Maniac by all you need is $4.99 a month. And if $4.99 a month is too much for you, then don't become a member. But all you got to do is go hit the join button and, go to the YouTube channel where you see the icon, the Nomad Network icon and the logo, and just go ask to join and become a member and help us build this channel out, build this show out, and everything else that we do over on the channel. It costs money. Now, that's a lot of things that, podcasters won't tell you live, but we'll tell you straight up live. It costs money to be a podcaster, does it not, Trips?
It does.
Man.
Because, content creation, the tools that you need, they'd be like, oh, you want to use this tool? Pony up. Oh, you want to use this tool? What's your credit card number? And it's like, oh, damn. But the people, they need it. They need the content. So you as content creators, we got to do what we got to do. And it's like, we are actually investing into doing this. So when the community supports back, that makes it worthwhile to know that, okay, we're not, wasting our time here, that the people that appreciate it are willing, to kick in a little something for the effort.
All right. Yo, big respect to both these guys for just buying me a little bit of time.
Hold on, before you get into that, let me make sure people can see it. Help our channel grow. Membership perks coming soon. We're working and getting there. The merch is gonna come back out soon as the website is up. Join and become a member for only $4.99 a month. Man, help us out. We're not begging, but we're asking, because you're asking people to give their good hard-earned money to help a YouTube channel grow and this Bears content stuff get out there to the masses, man. And we need help to do it. That's just the bottom line ass truth about it. We need your help. And so we're just asking, help our channel grow, man.
So,
and if you also want to help out, my channel, Sports Chicago Style, just subscribe and look out for all of the various content that we have, whether it be the chef trip recipes that, are every week, whether it be Trips exercise vlog, whether it be Coach Trippin's thing, or whether it be any of the Chicago sports content. Sports Chicago Style. Hook it up.
Hey, check out our guy Triple R on his site by all means. What's awesome right now is y'all. So big shout out to ProFootballNetwork.com. straight up and down. So this is what we've been using for our draft stuff. And it's probably the better one to use, in my opinion, especially by way of its freeness, as well as ability to go through all 7 rounds of the draft. Super cool. Another little shout out to them, because guess what they have now? They got an off-season manager. So we're going to have to rock that at some time. It might not be today, but we're definitely going to have to go through the off-season manager for the Bears.
Wait a minute. You just now finding this? Or?
Finding it like we're talking, and I found it. Boom. Here it is. Right.
Oh, damn, Scrolls. What are you, drunk?
What's yeah. Scrolls is a trip, man. I meant to, that's really where I was going with all this. Scrolls, you at least once an episode, you crack me up for sure, man. So yeah, you can't put that up there, but still.
How the fuck you don't know? He got a channel, Scrolls. Where you doing, bro?
He was like, "Wait, Sports Chicago style, Triple R, one and the same. Get the fuck out of here,
bro." You so busy running your mouth. You can't even. Come on, dog. You got to know better than that. You got to know Trips got a show.
But there it is, y'all. And
up FFG.
In all its glory, we will do that. We will do that sooner than later. We'll run to a full mock off season and then do a draft following right back up after it. But
we got to talk about that when the show is over, man. You got me now. You got things wide ass open again.
There you go. We're rocking and rolling. I'm super. Like we were looking for something. We were looking for something to replace what the functionality that Fanspeak had offered us before. Couldn't really find anything that really sort of felt the same. And we even ran a mock off of this site there, last week? A couple of days ago?
Yeah.
Didn't notice off-season managers staring us right in the face, unless they just put it up there. But hell, we going to use it anyway. We're gonna rock that out. I'm hyped. That's great.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let's see if we can find, and No Maniacs help us out. We can just blindly run this thing for let's just do 3 mocks up to 10 until our picks. And so we can see if we can find some consistency in who they're picking in those first 10 picks. Because I did like a couple of weeks ago, Will Campbell fell to me at 10 2 times in a row. I want to see if that happens again. And after that, it didn't happen. So let's just simulate this thing 3 or 4 or 5 times, and let's see what happens.
We'll do 3 rounds.
You want me to do it 3 rounds?
No, all you got to do is the first round, because we're going to start and we're going to see what happens 1 through 10.
And do you want me to do it the fast way?
If you want to.
Or slow?
Good luck, Scrolls.
Let's go fast. Keep it moving, people. Boom.
Okay, let's look at what we got here.
All right, top 10 picks. Started out with the young prime time, Shedeur Sanders going to the Tennessee Titans. Secondarily, we've got Cameron Ward going to the Browns. Travis Hunter, cornerback, Colorado, going to the New York Giants.
Don't they need a quarterback?
Yeah, but Giants gonna Giants, so I'm kind of with them.
Right on.
Abdul Carter going to the New England Patriots. Will Campbell, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They need him as much as we do. Ashton Ginty going to the Las Vegas Raiders. Michael Williams going to the New York Jets. And Mr. McMillan, I will not butcher your first name, but we'll call you Tet.
That's a ridiculous ass pick right there.
Tet's going to the Carolina Panthers. Well, they're still trying to replace DJ Moore, I guess. And lastly, we've got Malachi Starks going to the Indianapolis Colts. So that's your top.
So going back to the top, kids. What sticks out to me is the quarterbacks went right off the board first. Shedeur and Cameron Ward, which is going to surprise a bunch of people, I guess, that Shedeur got picked first. And Cam came after that, but that's it. I've seen Travis Hunter come off the board first, multiple times. So what sticks out to you guys real quick before we move to the next one? I think it's the first 2 picks stick out to me.
Really? Nothing is really out of the ordinary to me. Nothing is really out of the ordinary to me. With the like,
why is the Jets not drafting the quarterback? Aaron Rodgers about to die.
They might draft him later. The next two quarterbacks in line would be, there's three of them. So Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, and Quinn Ewers. None of them are projected to be like first round picks.
Why are the Raiders drafting a fucking running back?
Because they're trying to replace Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, because they screwed up again. That's why they don't have they thought Zamir White was the guy, and that didn't work out.
Why are the Giants drafting a cornerback?
Well, that's just dumb.
Yeah.
Maybe that one was kind of like a little bit.
Now, if according to this mock, if Sanders and Ward went 1-2, then the next best quarterback is not projected till 41.
Till 41.
Maybe it's like, best available, and then mess around with the quarterback later.
Exactly.
One of them dummies need to be in Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe. Period.
Well, like I say, they might get either one in the second round. That'll be their second round picks. If they can't draft quarterback outside of these two guys in the top 10. That's just a massive reach. And like, by all means, reach, because that'll leave one of these guys, one of these players for the rest of us.
Run it one more time. Let's see what we got this next time around.
Boom.
Kedz found a new toy to play with.
Oh no, I've been playing with this toy forever. It's the other one. It's the other one that is now cool and sexy. So I'll get into messing with that later on.
With the free agency.
Yeah.
Oh, this time we got Abdul Carter coming off number 1 to the Titans when they got a quarterback problem, but maybe they could do something in free agency. Who knows? You get freaking what's his name, Kirk Cousins or somebody. And then Shador comes off again at number 2. Cam Ward right under that. That's interesting. Then now the Patriots draft the offensive tackle.
Dion gonna be so mad. Sorry, continue.
And the pick that makes sense is Travis Hunter to the Jaguars. Malachi Starks to the Raiders. That's crazy. Mekhi Williams to the Jets. Mikael Williams.
There's some people right now that are creaming all over themselves. I'm about, Ashton Genty will be available for us at 10.
One of these things is not does not belong here. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Ashton Genty's gone. We got the 10th pick. What do? You trade that SOB. Look, like I'm just saying, the trade offers are going to be crazy. Yeah, I would take this. I would take that one. This ain't too bad either. You know what I mean? There's trade offers to grab right there at the second that Genty does not come off the board. So if this is like for real the situation that we run into, it'll kind of suck if Ian Cunningham is not around. Because if he's not around, I'm not so sure that Ryan Poles could be talked out of not selecting Ashton Genty at the 10th position.
Well, that you bring that up real quick. If you're Ian Cunningham, are you going to go to that shit show down there, where you don't have full control as a GM, where you might have to share your power and it's dysfunctional as fuck?
Sure.
Or do you where is he? Is it Jacksonville or is it Jacksonville? Is he going for sure?
It's still up in the air. I believe it's very likely, but today he was at Senior Bowl with Ryan.
But if you're Ian Cunningham, do you want to go to Jacksonville? You see the way they handled their offseason. We're going to keep our general manager. Then no coach wanted to go there, and then they lose out on coaches and then fire the general manager, and then they want to bring in Ian Cunningham and not give him full powers, and then you get,
trips. Let me say your conversation.
Do you do that?
As soon as he saw Duval. I'm taking my name the fuck out the goddamn conversation. Period.
He's like, wait. And so now he's gonna go into a situation where they hired a coach that he had no input in.
This is this situation, right? So things to be said, starting with the Khan family. They're bags of money, and for the most part, I think they would allow Ian Cunningham to have some level of autonomy, except this entire process in Jacksonville went as backwards as it usually does in Chicago, right? I mean, it just went completely ass backwards. They went and they got the coach. Why? I don't know. Shouldn't you get the GM? But you just fired the GM, like post facto, the minute that you didn't get the right guy and you got the second guy. You just bring the GM in and let him do his job. So it's going to look, you're right, Trip, it's going to look so much less enticing to an Ian Cunningham, realizing that I'm going into a situation that Shad Khan has set up, and like, you know, this ain't AEW, this ain't wrestling. He needs to take control of the football operations and set it up the right way for him in order for him to succeed, right? If he goes into that situation and they have handpicked this guy, it might not work out at all, and that's your ass.
This girl said, Liam, Duval. Raise property tax by 1.4%.
And now, with that said, you know, the odds are, you know, if Ian doesn't get or take the job or get the job, no third round pick this year and next year for us.
Hey,
so
would you take that goddamn job, Trips, after that shit?
From a selfish perspective, you know, I would hope he takes it.
Dog, you might not ever get another job ever as a GM. You might have, like, GMs don't get like second chances and third chances. Dude, you fuck this up, you ain't getting another job. Period. You fuck around and attack yourself to Duval and see what happens.
You know, but you know, it's like people around the league is like, yeah, I respect Cunningham more for not taking that job.
Nah, you ain't fucking with that. I'm not fucking with that.
I hope somebody else offers him a gig.
Hey, kids, I'm treating that like shit on the stick, like a kid running around the playground with a shit on the stick, just chasing everybody. I ain't fucking with it. Period.
Yeah, the best opportunity would probably be to stay with the Bears, get a winning season, and now you get a better opportunity for other teams. It's like, okay, now you come from a winning organization as opposed to a 4-win team.
Paul Rodriguez, you're saying the biggest thing just before we jump off the Ian conversation, that is the if, right? The especially if is the operative word in that entire sentence. So I hope the Bears do turn things around. I think that's where we're at. They need to turn things around and have a successful season this season. And if they can, you know, sky's the limit for an Ian Cunningham. Unfortunately.
All I know is Ian was probably with that shit 110% until he heard Duval. It was over. It was over. Like, I ain't fucking with this, man, dog. I'm not getting ready to put my head on this chopping block. Not for Duval. No, I ain't fooling with Duval.
Stick it right in that guillotine, homie. You'll be all right.
Not for Duval. I'm gonna probably get hacked up at some point, but not for Duval. Fuck that.
Who wants to be the head coach there if somebody else picked the GM there with somebody else picking the head coach?
He gonna have to get his neighbor or something to go do that, man. Ain't nobody trying to fuck with him.
You can find somebody in Duval, I guess.
All right, let's run it.
I'll take the job, and I'm not a professional, in the league, but I do it. A couple $1 million.
Yeah, I wouldn't turn it down either.
But it's over after that. Like, that need to be your retirement saving, bro.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, yeah, that's the point.
That's exactly what we're saying. That's all right. Fire me tomorrow, damn it. I don't have any. I'm not trying to. Longevity would be great, but
yeah.
Okay,
then if I was actually working in the front office, I would be grinding film.
Yeah.
Because it's like, all right, let me try and make this happen. And if they need to fire me after a year because I done cussed out the owner, Shaka Khan, let me rock it, Shaka Khan, then, I'm still getting paid. So whatever the fuck, I'm good.
All right. MC Fact said, hey, guys, respectfully, can we tone down some of the profanity? Let's attempt to try it.
All right.
I don't know how long it's going to last, but we're going to try, MC Fact.
I apologize. Trip is uncontrollable, so it is what it is with Trip. The rest of us will try and keep it real. So we'll run it down again. We'll restart this thing and see what that top 10 picks looks like. One more again. Boom.
Nothing there. It's not popular. Oh, there it is. There we go.
Bang.
All right, let's see what we got.
So okay, all right, interesting stuff.
Shador comes off
number
again.
one.
Travis Hunter comes right after him. Cameron Ward, they either 1, 2, 1 and 3. They right there, and I think that's right. Abdul Carter, Will Campbell. You got to slow up, kid. You moving?
Sorry, my bad.
Will Campbell, Ashton Genty again to the Raiders. That's dumb. Mason Graham when they need a quarterback. That's dumb.
Well, they can't. If it ain't those two, they're not picking a quarterback in the top 10. It's just not happening. So like what this is more close to what I would expect. To be honest with you, I've heard a lot of Travis Hunter to Colorado thus far. I've heard it a few times. So we'll see if that's yeah.
Where?
Did I say Colorado? To Cleveland. My bad.
Yeah, it's like Colorado. He's from Colorado. He's playing.
I'm hearing a lot of Shador to Cleveland.
Really? Yeah, I don't see Dion liking that, and this is exactly why.
That's some of the conversation that's coming as a byproduct of it. Is will Dion let them draft him there
or pull an Eli?
I don't think so. Dion is. I say I don't think so. Dion has come out and said he does not want his son going to any of these straight up quarterback hungry teams like ours. Thank goodness we got our guy. You know what I mean? Like he has no interest in that. So I would be surprised if he truly winds up in Cleveland. I'd be a little surprised. Not to say they don't need a quarterback, because they definitely do. It ain't Deshaun, and it's not Jameis either.
I don't know. Well, let's run it again. Let's run it again and see what we get. Because I'm seeing consistency. Y'all seeing the consistencies that I'm seeing?
Top 10.
Shador, Cam, and Travis, right there.
The first thing the one piece of consistency that I am seeing is that Will Campbell has not dropped yet. Right? He has not dropped to the Bears thus far.
So far.
Boom. There he goes again.
I'm off again. I seen it.
Holy crap.
Oh, Nick Scroton got up in there. Oh, Mikael Williams, the first one off the board. No, Travis Hunter comes off. And Shador, again, at number 2. Cam Ward, number 3. There's some – see, I can take from that what I'm seeing right here in the algorithm. It's clear to me some quarterbacks coming off this board right away. And that's going to help drive some of the picks that the Bears may want at 10. And I hope they don't keep this pick. Really, I do. I really hope they do not pick this. I really hope they trade that pick. But if they take it, I will understand it and say, that next pick after that, you got to trade it back. But that pick won't be quite as valuable as this 10 pick, because it's going to push some really good players down right there, and you got to take this opportunity. I don't think there's a player on this board. There's a good reason why the Bears should take this pick. I really don't, but y'all might feel different.
Nope, I don't.
Not Moss.
Especially if the top offensive tackle is gone. Like, the only person I would consider is Genty, but to me, that's such a luxury situation. You need to get out of that 10th pick, scoop up 3 more picks in the top 100, and you go shopping, baby. That's
just looking at the best available here. Are any of those guys like blue chippers that you would be like at 10? Hell yeah, I'm taking that guy.
There's several guys that I'm tempted to go grab right then and there. Several. So
that we're looking at right here. But wait, scroll up a minute. What was the first guy? What is that? Mason Graham.
Very tempting. Very tempting, but not worth not getting these extra picks for. None of them are. As much as I like some of these guys, there's some really good players right here, but it's not worth keeping that 10 pick. None of them. maybe that's the next thing we should look at. Run it one more time just to see what's left on the board after that, and saying if I'm maniacs. You're fortunate enough to understand that I do my damn homework and I know these players, and so I ain't talking out of my butt. I know what's there and I know what the worth is. Ain't none of them worth keeping that 10 pick when we got so many needs.
Yep, that's how I see it as well. Again,
Cam Ward with number 1.
You're all no. He went.
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
So Cam Ward, number 1 to the Titans. The Browns get Shedeur Sanders. Will Campbell goes to the New York Giants. Abdul Carter, edge rusher, goes to the Patriots. Travis Hunter goes to Jacksonville. Ashton Jeanty goes to the Vegas Raiders. Like, they've picked him 3 out of 4 of these drafts, which is crazy.
Shout out to Paul Rodriguez. He got a bounce, man. Appreciate you, Paul, for being here.
He's
rocking with us up in this mob.
Love your comedy back in the day, Paul.
He's a funny guy. Michael Williams goes to the Jets, edge rusher from Georgia. Malachi Starks, safety, goes to the Carolina Panthers. Will Johnson, quarterback, goes to the Bengals. I was like, how did the Bengals get up here? They traded up big time.
Trade.
Yeah. So, again, here's what we're looking at. We're looking at Big Nick, maybe.
Ooh, y'all got to see him on tape, bro.
Are you taking Skirting at 10 or trading back still?
Y'all see Nick Scroton on tape, y'all might rethink getting that 10 pick. Nick Scroton is a beast.
His name's a little funny if you really think about it.
Yeah, I knew you could.
Scroton, not Scrotum. Scrotum, not Scrotum.
Man, sit your ass down.
I'm already sitting though. Anyway, take it for what it's worth. Jeez. Yeah, and no. All right, so I'd definitely take either one of these 2 deals. Probably the Washington. I would try to get out of losing this 72nd pick and try to push this for a first rounder next year. Because oh no, it's fine. Yeah, I mean it's fine, but still get out of this 72nd pick loss. Wouldn't really want to trade anything with these guys because they're doing very well, but this is a lot of capital to I might make this deal. This is probably the deal I'd actually make.
That's definitely the deal you got to make.
I think it's a deal. I think it's a deal I got to make.
You got to make
that's at least 2 starters out of that.
That's exactly what you would imagine you getting if you get off that 10th pick. You're going to get something like that. Keep them all in this area right here. You got late first round. You got somewhere in the second, third round there. I can't remember. Second round. Then you got some third or fourth round. I can't remember what 79 is, but you talking about those are high level picks. That's exactly why you get off that pick, because it's the talent really ticks up a notch. People give so much emphasis on the guys that's really coming off the board in that first 20, 25, 30 picks, and they just forgetting like these are some dogs that they just beat out to get in that space, like straight dogs. Like throw some bacon in between 2 starving ass pit bulls dogs in the rest of this draft. Dog is like I'm getting up off that 10 pick like it ain't shit. Straight up. Sorry about that, MC Fact. I had to say that.
Yeah. So it's a second and a third is what that would work out. Late first, second, and a third. In any event, that would be the deal that I would do. It's a quantity game right now, man. There's too many holes to fill. If you can fill them all with guys who are before, pick 100, pick 150 at the least. I think you're doing yourself a big time service. So that's my suggestion here. These are the players that are left over directly after.
Before you keep going, Marlon asked me a question. This is one of the guys that I think if he fell to 10 and you're tempted to make that pick, Marlon, he says, so which player is worth drafting if they fell to 10, Nomad? I think Mikael Williams. If they had to take that pick, that other edge. If you don't
he's already gone at 7. on this draft.
He just asked me if they failed at 10, which one of those guys he thought was worth it. I think it's that guy.
Over Will Campbell.
Yeah.
Word?
Yeah, I think he's more of an impact player.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And he asked me a question. I answered. Wyatt Millen, hell no. Zach. Wyatt Millen getting his ass worked down there in Mobile, man. Dude's got cement shoes on, man. His feet is my problem. I'm not technically he's a really good tackle guard, but his feet they're gonna leave him on the next level, bro. I don't know why people so excited about Wyatt Millen. This dude, he's just a player to me.
So Wyatt Millen is projected pick 44 at this present time at the guard position. Second rounder. You know, if we made that trade, we would still be able to get a guy like that, and that's sort of what I'm trying to say. I think there's some quality talent on the offensive line and the defensive line in the second round. The more second round picks that we can get, I think it's going to be worth its weight in gold, man. Because I would easily, I haven't really gotten familiar with a lot of these guys here yet. You know, these early round edge rushers, but I am familiar with JT from last year. And I thought he was amazing last year. We were hoping he was going to come out in the draft at that time. He did not. You know, whether his draft stock has jumped or dropped, I'm still interested in picking up JT Tiamalu.
Hell yeah.
That's where I'm aiming at.
How about
Where's
this?
he projected it?
He's like pick number 36, maybe.
Late first round, early second.
Because I think that I know people don't want to hear the word value, but instead of taking one guy at 10, you know, it's a crapshoot, it's a lottery ticket. I would rather have 3 or 4 guys, you know, between two. Because you get more lottery tickets, you get more, you know, shots to make your more rolls to make your point. If we're gonna stick with the crap analogy, so. Trading back, you know, it's like, well, we got to get a blue chipper at 10. It's like, you know, blue chippers are cool, and if we take one, they're cool. But as many holes on this roster that need to be filled, we need more young talent, and you can only get that, you know, in those top 3 rounds by trading back that top 10 pick.
All right, how about this? Let's do this, kids. Set it up so that the computer simulates an entire draft.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
With picks, trades, and everything. Let's see what the computer picks for us and see what it looks like. See if we
want me to just do a full sim?
A full simulation. 7 rounds, everything. Fast, however you want to do it. Just let's get to the bottom line with the picks.
Hold on a second.
I just want to see what the algorithm thinks we need to do. We know what we need. We think we know what we need to do. I want to see what the algorithm thinks. And everybody, hit the like button. If you haven't, man, make sure you hit the like button. There's too many people that watch these shows and don't hit the like button. Man, why y'all coming in our house and don't wipe your feet on the rug? Please. Man.
Oh, damn.
Come on now. Don't make me have to bring my grandma out and slap the shit out you.
Going all Rick James on us and F your couch. Notice I said F because, you know, McCaskey's burner accounts here.
With the plastic on
it. So
you can't do that, can you?
I can't really do it the way that you're asking me. I would still have to pick. I'd still have to make the selection. So
or trade.
All right, how about this? We'll let's run it and just pick the best player available for every one of them.
So I can just run it for the whole draft. So watch, I'll do it. Ooh, snap!
Run the whole thing.
I'll just run it like this, and we'll see if we can parse out what the Bears selected or who went to the Bears.
That's what we want. We just
auto draft.
But this thing doesn't, like, some of them you can select the Bears and then do an auto draft, so you just see the Bears stuff in the end. We're gonna have to sort of go through it and see what each of the Bears picks were. You know what I mean?
All right, that's I'm good with it. I just want to
Man,
see
what is this? The end of what is it? January? I'm sorry, July, January. So we got the Senior Bowl. Then there's another bowl next week, isn't there? A different, not Senior Bowl, but the next
Shrine Bowl.
Shrine Bowl.
I think
And
they are.
then we're building up to the Combine. And when is Combine? In February?
I don't know. Oh, they gave us James Pierce.
Edge.
That's not the guy.
James
They
Pierce
kept
Jr.
the pick. The computer kept the pick. That's not the guy we need.
Top 5 edge rusher in the draft.
Hell,
Posted 17 and a half sacks over 2 seasons. Height 6'5", weight 242. Built like my son. Built like Austin Booker. Standout, excels as a pass rusher, but lacks size and strength to anchor on edge in the NFL. Adding mass is crucial to him for him to thrive on all 3 downs.
No, not at 10.
that's crazy. Let's get to the next guy.
What the hell? Oh, my bad. So our next one is, well, as seen in the chat.
Ooh, a lot of people gonna be happy with that.
As seen in the chat, Walter Nolan would be the next guy at defensive tackle. 6'3", 293.
We went defense in the first 3 picks.
So Nolan's an upside tackle, but struggles with consistency. At best, he's a disruptive force, overwhelming quarterbacks and ball carriers. However, he can also disappear for stretches, seemingly reacting a step too slow. Sounds like Zach Pickens to me, but smaller. His efforts isn't the issue. It's about refining his instincts and processing. If a team can unlock his full potential, Nolan could be a steal in the draft. So there's your.
I think Walter Nolan can get comfortable. I think he was sloppy looking during the season at Mississippi, but I looked at that guy's body and I know that somebody got a hold to him, some handlers, and said, you need to be looking and feeling your best when you get down here at the Senior Bowl. This is where you're going to make your money. And I'm seeing the best of Walter Nolan here at the Senior Bowl. When I watch him on film, I see a lot of lazy and a lot of inconsistency. And so I don't know that we're going to get Senior Bowl Walter Nolan 100% of the time in Chicago. I think he's putting on to make sure he get that check. That's what I think. And I hate to kind of put a guy down, but that's kind of how I feel about him watching him on tape. It's too inconsistent, man. He's fat and lazy out there at times.
Well,
is that a linebacker?
Yeah, I'm so mad right now. Like they went and got a linebacker with their 3rd pick at 41. That's early in the 2nd round. 6'1", 230.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's just madness. I don't really have anything. They also don't have anything special to say about Barrett Carter. Hopefully Barrett Carter is a heck of a lot better than you know.
He's a fast ass linebacker. He would fit Dennis Allen's speed sideline to sideline kind of, his kind of tendencies with linebackers. But let's get to the next guy.
That's crazy talk. So I don't believe we have a 3rd round pick. Oh,
yeah, there is 72.
There's your guy. Look at this.
Kedz Johnson, a receiver from Oregon. I love that pick.
Do you really? After picking
5'9", 156? I think my leg is heavy than that.
And so Ali Algorithm just said the same thing, kids. Shut the hell up.
No, I'm telling you, sometimes, like, I use ChatGPT all the time. Sometimes they don't know what the hell it's talking about. I just put you on blast, ChatGPT. Kedz Johnson, dynamic. Like, I don't really. 5'9", 156 is the weight. Oh, a little slight. In any event, I know Kedz Johnson's a serious wide receiver. I know he is. Regardless, we've gone all defense and haven't touched the offensive line at all in this draft, and then dipped and got a linebacker and a wide receiver here. I'm so mad. Like, if we're doing this live, y'all,
a wee little wide receiver.
I'm freaking out live on the live draft show. Freaking out.
So you trying to tell me Ali Algorithm is a moron?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes contextually, these things have, and this is exactly what we're looking at. Contextually, sometimes they have no clue what's going on. So, like, needs, clearly,
the man is calling a computer a moron, man.
Hey, man. I'm an IT guy. I'm just saying. I'm an IT guy. I'm a prompt engineer. I engineer AI prompts, things that I know. Sometimes computers are like real talk. Computers are the dumbest boxes ever invented besides human beings.
I believe you. Hey, MC Fact just looked out for you, Trip.
Yeah, combine February 27th, Thursday through Sunday, March 2nd. Right on. So yeah, that's a month away then. Okay.
Let's see what else we got here.
Yes, sir. So it's either third or fourth. We don't have a fourth. We did not trade, so there's nothing to do in the fourth. In the fifth, we have at least one pick, and that was Cooper Mays. Finally, they got themselves a little bit of love on the offensive line. Problem is Cooper Mays. No, do you know Cooper Mays, Nomad?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Solid. He's in that top 5 to 7 of the centers I've seen for sure.
Thank you. It was the question I was about to ask. Does he play center as well?
Yes.
All right. So they have him listed here as a guard, 6 foot.
He's going to be a center on the next level. He'd probably be one of those guys that play around with both positions.
Okay, cool. Because that's exactly what I was saying. I was about to say it's a guard. And I'm sorry. At this position, it should be a center because you're getting top 2 or 3 centers available. But if he can double as both, perfect. I'm with a Cooper.
Hey, Kedz and Trips, what if the algorithm is looking at our roster and saying, these guys are solid here. This is what they need to draft. Maybe they are seeing that we're going to make moves in the offseason, free agent wise, and screw up some of this stuff, and we don't have to draft. We don't have to draft early offensive linemen or something. I don't know. But maybe I think that's a composite of what the algorithm is looking at.
The algorithm got Dylan Gabriel going to Tennessee. Interesting.
That's Tua 2.0.
Yeah, I heard a bigger, stronger Tua.
He is a bigger, stronger.
Maybe not as much, scrambled in the brains.
Just to double down on my little take on computers and AI and all this awesome shit. Sorry, MC Fact. I'm sorry, bro. In any event, they drafted Cam Ward number 1 overall, and then doubled down at the quarterback position here too. So I just wanted to say,
and they still got mayonnaise.
And the fact that they did that means that the algorithm is making sure that they got the quarterback position solidified for their head coach. They're going to find a quarterback out of those 2 guys.
But they still got mayonnaise too. So somebody's got to be the quarterback. They drafted.
Mayonnaise ain't gonna be there, bro. They're gonna let him go for a bag of corn chips, bro.
Isn't this is only
not chili cheese corn chips. I'm talking about plain ass corn chips. They gonna
not even cheese.
No, ain't gonna be nothing on them things.
Can we get some ranch flavor? Straight up mayonnaise corn chips.
No salsa,
nothing.
No salsa.
Nope. All right, let's see what else we got.
So in the third, in the 6th round, we got a bunch of picks. So what do we wind up doing? Oh, there's only one.
We got JJ Kedz.
That's right.
Ooh, that's a good pick. Good.
You're super happy about a 6th rounder. I love it. He's deep.
D tackle.
6'2", 323. We already got a D tackle earlier in the game here, but he's a little bit weightier. This is probably more along the lines of your Jerome Ford, except he's a lot shorter and less lengthy.
Wait, 6'2", 323. He's a bowling ball.
JJ Kedz, I'm telling you, when you watch this cat, you're going to find out that JJ Kedz is going to be the star of whatever franchise he goes to if they use him right. JJ Kedz can do anything. When I say anything, he can be lined up at quarterback. He can line up at running back, fullback. He can go and play the offensive line. He can play defensive line. JJ Kedz, I'm telling you, when you watch him play, you'll see what I mean. JJ Kedz is a treat to watch on film. I'm not kidding you, bro. He is a treat. He is a treat. He can do you some 3-tech work. He can do you some nose tackle work. He can do you some edge work. That's how athletic he is.
All right.
That's not a bad pickup.
All right. So that is our 6th round. Nothing else to talk about there.
Wait. Who's that?
Is that one of the guys I highlighted, Josh Joyner?
Josh.
FFG, is that one of the guys I highlighted, Josh Joyner?
It is indeed.
Minnesota?
It is indeed. So Josh Joyner, 6'4", 263. I do know Nomad took a peek at this young man a little while ago. it's worth a look back. What are your thoughts on Ja Joyner? Again, they grabbed Ja Joyner in the 7th round.
Big edge rusher, has the potential to put on even probably about 10 pounds of muscle. Ja Joyner is a matter of fact, somebody, I can't remember exactly who it was that mentioned to me in the comments section after the show, or after one of the the clips I put out, and they mentioned to me that Ja Joyner was their cousin. And he was elated that the fact that I pointed him out. Ja Joyner is one of those, he's a true sleeper in this draft. True sleeper that won't nobody really know what they got until they put it on the field and people were like, how come we missed this guy? Ja Joyner is one of those bodies, man. He's one of those dudes that's straight up just muscle, man. You like big, strong edge rushers and can win with power, which is what, be honest with you, that's what Dennis Allen likes. His track record screams to me, bigger, stronger edge rusher that wins with power. I'm not concerned about all the pass rushing moves and all the trickery. I need guys that can, play 3 downs, can contain the edge and really play football. I can leave them down there for 3 downs. You know what I mean? So Ja Joyner is basically prototype for what I think Dennis Allen likes.
So the next pick in the 7th round is Jalen Walker. And I think he's a linebacker. I think did you talk about Jalen Walker as well?
Not yet, but he's on the list.
All right.
Indiana has a team full of studs, kids. I mean, I don't know how they did it. I don't know if it was NIL money, whatever happened. Indiana became a football place to be. They got recruits that they shouldn't get, and he's one of them, man. He's a dog. He's a dog as a linebacker, man. He is, dude. He's a tackling machine, number one, and he can cover. Is that not everything you want out of a linebacker?
Yeah, except
You're kind of small.
This stupid thing already picked a linebacker earlier in the game. So I'm mad as all hell at this particular AI movements. This draft is crazy.
8
No
linebacker.
running back. They went with the wide receiver. 1 offensive lineman out of them all. At least he was a guard. I'm so mad. This is crazy.
All right, they mad at us. Ant-Ma says, I will become a Seahawks
the
fan. Let's run it back, kids. Let's run it back one more time. Let's see what we get.
Boss, that's too much. All right, we'll give it one more quick go. Boom. No.
Let's see what we get.
No love. Let's just run this thing. See what the. Snap. We'll be here till Tuesday.
Oh yeah, fast.
Yeah, I gotta do it the fast way.
Let's run this thing and see what we get. I didn't see it. Did you see it?
Oh.
Yeah, we're going too fast.
Okay. Yeah, this is gonna look a little bit better.
It's still early.
Running back. Give me a running back.
Who's your running back that's not Genty?
There's like the cool thing is this, like Genty's really good. The running back group this draft is kind of dope all the way down to like the 4th round. There's some really good backs, bro. I like Judkins, Travion Henderson. There's a couple more. Scatterbo. There's a few backs that I'm interested in this time around. So we went with I'm gonna let you pronounce this name. We went with Nick this time around in the first. They have us trading nothing.
No, man, you gotta say his damn name, man. Don't
Nick
be like
Scorton.
that.
I'm just teasing you, Nick. Nick Scorton. See how I pronounce it?
Why you got a problem with his name, man?
I'm just because I'm
He's
teasing.
got scrotum on the brain.
Man, sit your ass down.
Fine. So Nick Scorton, like I've heard nothing but good things thus far. I still think we should trade back for capital purposes. But Nick Scorton, 6'4", 280, so he's got the length and the size. So he'll come in and start really well on the line.
Hey, go ahead.
Isn't that the same size as Montez Sweat about?
Pretty
Or
close.
Sweat's a little bit taller.
I think Sweat's a little bit taller, a little bit longer, and maybe a little bit actually slighter, right? I think he's around 275.
He's exactly the size. He's all the dimensions that Dennis Allen wants from an edge rusher. He's everything that he wants. Big, strong, and can slide inside and give you some inside, versatility. That's the key to what Dennis Allen does. He wants guys that can play position versatility. Slide in, slide out. I need the same kind of work. That's what it is, man. Nick Scorton would be a home run hit if they was to keep that pick. That's a home run right there. Right along with Mikael Williams from Georgia. That would be somebody that if you twisted my arm and say, Nomad, make this pick, he'd be one of those guys.
Yeah, Mikael went to the Saints one pick ahead, so it's those two guys are neck and neck here at the position.
Hey, Scrotum said his mama named Scrotum. I'm gonna call him Scrotum.
Oh man, look. All right, let's look at the second round. Second round, what do we got? Here we go. Things are starting to look a little bit up to me now. Now the world is looking up. So we've got Ariante
Ursery, left tackle from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Another one that I'm still gonna look at his tape some more, but I don't know, man. He's one of them. He's kind of got them sluggish feet, man. And I need to look at it some more and convince myself that he's one of those guys. Looked a whole lot better. I think he dropped some weight down here at the Senior Bowl. He's looked a lot better down at the Senior Bowl. I will say that. And so his Senior Bowl, the way he comported himself down there, I will say is a better look for him. But then we got Kenneth Grant. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're killing this draft right here. We're killing this draft.
Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. So this DT, again, 6'3", just around the same height as the last couple we were looking at. But now this guy's got a little bit of size, right? He's 342. He's gonna fill them gaps. You know what I mean? Powerful, agile. What's they saying about this man? Excelling in crucial moments. So he's clutch, is what they're saying. Pressures the quarterback, anchors the defense. Natural athleticism. I love all of this stuff. I'm gonna have to check out Kenneth Grant. I'm gonna have to check him out.
This is really good so far. Aunt Massa is very nice so far.
Yeah, I think this is much better thus far in comparison to the previous one. One more. Oh, here we go. In the third, we got ourselves a safety. His name is Rod Moore.
He's decent. He's decent. I still wish he was a little bit bigger, but he's got the frame that can do it. He's gonna end up being a box safety here, but this is almost down the line of what I would do if I had to keep that pick. Almost.
So in this at this area, yeah, I don't mind a safety. I don't mind a running back. They've addressed the trenches, both sides of the ball. I think this looks so much better than the previous draft. So one more time, absolutely nothing doing in the fourth round. Head on to the fifth. Fifth round, we got Jamari Caldwell, 6'2", defensive tackle, 342. Basically the same length and weight as the previous defensive tackle. You know anything about Jamari Caldwell?
I know the entire Oregon defensive line, bro. That is it's one of them picks where the algorithm knows that we need big fat boys. We need some big fat boys, and we got our ass ran over this year. In other words, he's one of those guys you draft him specifically for a specific task. We need to shore up that run game for Dennis Allen and make sure nobody's running us over. And you draft Jamari Caldwell. Check his ass out. I know the entire defensive line of Oregon. This is another good pick.
Okay, so I'm all right. I don't mind it. We've got
go back to the third round because Aunt Moss wants to see.
I don't think we have any. Did we have anything in the third? Yeah, we got Rod Moore in the third. Safety. All right, 6 feet tall, 198 pounds, Rod Moore. So now we're on to the 6th round. Nothing in the 4th.
Got Ja Joyner again.
Oh, really?
We
Look
got
at his.
Ja Joyner late, but we got Joshua Gray, a guard, another nice one. I think he's light. I've seen this whole offensive line. I think they got a tackle. I can't remember what side he's on, but he's nice. I think he's on the right side, but I might be wrong. But I've seen this entire offensive line. I think this guy is underweight, but I think the algorithm is probably thinking that we did some stuff in the offseason and free agency, and this guy doesn't have to play right away. And so you draft him and work on him. That's what I'm thinking now. The algorithm is thinking here.
Okay. And Ja Joyner came right back to us in the 6th round. This is great.
That's interesting. We got him 2 times in a row.
Yeah. That's a good projection for the Bears. And here's your cornerback, except this time around, it's Tommy Hill.
Oh, Tommy Hill's tough.
6 feet tall, 210. What do you know about Tommy Hill, man? Nebraska.
The entire Nebraska defense has sleepers. They got sleeper D tackles. They got sleeper corners. They got sleeper safeties.
Oh,
Period.
snap.
Period. I'm telling you. Y'all, Nebraska is one of those other teams out there, you know, your Iowa States of the world, your Nebraskas, your Kansases of the world that you just can't imagine they have stud football players. They got real stud football players at all 3 schools. Tommy Hill he's more of a zone corner that I think that can play some man-to-man if put under the right tutelage. Let's say Al Harris gets his hands on him. You got something good. If he, give him a year or so, 2 years, you got you something really good, man. Tommy Hill is going to be – watch him on tape and see what I'm talking about.
All right. So it looks like we got a couple more picks in this round here. Got ourselves Savion Jones.
Savion Jones.
289 pounds.
Just look at the size. Look at the size. Look at the size. The guy is going to end up playing probably interior, but he's going to get out there and give you some – he's going to flex out and give you some edge rush work. That's perfect for who Dennis Allen is. He doesn't want guys that he can use, unilaterally put him out there as a defensive tackle or put him out there as an edge rusher. I need you to go in there and flex. If they go to a hurry up, you can slide in. If they go to a hurry up, you can slide out. Just get the call and know what your role is. This is a good pick too. Really good pick. Savion Jones is a very underrated player in here. I think he's going to be a D tackle more than he is anything, but you can get some edge rush work out of him.
There you go. And next we got C.J. West.
Indiana again.
Another D lineman? Damn.
Yeah.
They know. C.J. West is a dog. C.J. West is a dog. How many times have you heard or seen Kedz or Trips that this isn't a strong this tackle? I mean, this isn't a strong this draft or this isn't a strong that draft.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hearing for 2-3 years in a row that this isn't a strong D tackle draft. I haven't heard much of it this year as much as I heard it the last couple of years, but I always play place kicker, play the guy that gets the height, and put that guy down on the field, and I'll field goal kick his ass. The person that says that, because they don't fucking know. They don't fucking know how to look at this shit. This is not a D tackle sufficient draft. It's not an edge sufficient draft. The only position that I would say that I looked at so far this year and said that, I'm not seeing all I need to see consistently down the line with all these teams, is probably center. That's the one position that I would say, all right, if somebody said that this is a center deficient draft, I would say, okay, I get that. But other than that, man, I think this thing is rich all across the board. Some people might argue about center.
Quarterback.
I don't think so. I don't think
so.
I
mean, you got what, 2 top quarterbacks, maybe 3?
I think there's some really good quarterbacks out there. You just got to put in the work to coach them.
Mm-hmm.
Is Deion's other kid any good?
Who exactly?
Shiloh's a dog. Shiloh is a dog. He's a true box safety. He's just gotten to put on some weight and get a little bit stronger because he loves to thump.
Because I very rarely hear his name mentioned. It's always the other one, Shadur's.
Of course.
You're going to hear about a quarterback over a safety 9 times out of 10. So I'll get.
Last name Sanders, baby boy. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You know, they're all about promotion and self-promotion and all that stuff. It's like, Shiloh is slipping in that category.
Marlon wants to know why we didn't get a running back in this.
See, like
That's the algorithm.
this is the algorithm. We'll run at least one more here just to see what.
I got about 15 in me. That's it.
All right. So we'll get it done again and see what happens. I don't know why they're ignoring the running back position in a major way with these AI controlled random mocks, but hey, it is what it is. I think this defensive tackle position though is probably kind of deep, and the major reason why I'm saying that is that this particular this site, Pro Football Network, generally doesn't do write-ups on 7th round DTs. Like you could probably go through the 7th round and not really get much of a write-up at all until much later in the season, if at all, period. Right? But in this case, they're giving these guys a ringing endorsement deep into the 7th round. And that's kind of
CJ West is a run stopper.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we definitely need one of those, if not two.
Yeah. Both of those guys are run stoppers.
Which leads me to this question. So then if we can get a run stopper this late in the draft, do you spend the capital on getting a run stopper super duper early in the draft? Yeah. What do you think?
You definitely don't want to get a run stopper early. There's too many of them late.
See? Yeah, that's why I don't like these AIs. But I am going to say this was a much better draft, much better auto draft than previous.
Well, enjoy it because this might go real left this next one. You never know.
You never know, man. So, bada boom. Shake it up, shake it up, shake them up, shake them.
Ooh, I thought I saw something there. Thought I saw something there.
Oh,
Will Campbell either went right before or right after us.
I think we got Judkins. Maybe I'm blind.
I want to get high, so
There's your man. They just sending Josh Joyner to Chicago every time.
Dog, they got us again. They got him again.
Yeah. Long story short, we definitely need help at the edge, so they're finding it in some capacity. Speaking of,
they gave us James Pierce again.
Speaking of, back at the edge with James Pierce, 6'5", 242. We've already been through this, so that was our first round pick this time around. Second round, here we go.
That's my guy right there. That's my guy. That's my guy.
What's his? How do you say that name?
Savaiinaea. Yeah.
Oh, we need some some brothers.
Yeah, we need some Polynesians for sure. I'm about
brothers.
Mm-hmm. The brothers.
Dude, that's the guy I think can play left tackle, right tackle. He can play guard. You might even want to try to make him a center. That dude he's a blue chipper. He's a blue chipper, true indeed.
And what pick number is that?
Damn.
They got Mike Green went right after that.
39.
Ain't no way we just grabbed Xavier Restrepo at no damn 41.
Is he going earlier or later than that?
He's that slot receiver, man, that do everything receiver that I don't think should get drafted early.
Nah.
I think he's good, but golly, that's sad.
Yeah, I'd be looking. Oh, but they've already. All right, fine. I'd be looking at Tyleik Williams is who I'd be looking at here.
That's crazy,
right? Or maybe, definitely Tyleik would be my look. But
that is crazy.
Xavier Restrepo, that's who we picked at pick 41.
And look at number 43 right there. There's Kedz' boy.
Yeah, so normally I would say JT, except we got an edge with the first pick, right? So like, if you already got at the position, cool. You don't need to double down in the second round. But
Okay, Zach Pickens.
yeah, exactly. That worked out super good.
This is insane. Let's see what else we got.
All right, so on to the third round. We got my guy, my dude. It's my guy right here. Like I don't
ain't that good, man.
But he's what we need north south. I know what you're saying. He's not the best running back in the game, but north south he can get the job done.
He's not even the 20th best.
Rashawn Judkins from Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Quinshawn will get us north south, man. Like Roshan ain't getting it done. Quinshawn will.
I like the guy, but
personally, I would rather this guy. You know what I mean?
There's many other running backs that I get before him.
I'd much rather this guy who just went 2 picks before, but it is what it is. Either north and south or all around with Travion Henderson.
Marlon says finally we get a running back.
You know what I'm saying, Marlon? Like it's taken us a couple of goals to get an RB on this team, and I'm still shocked there hasn't been even one trade back for the Chicago Bears with all these mocks.
Did you put that in the system?
No, I don't know. I'm just letting it run. Know what I mean?
Don't you have to specifically say that?
Like it's specified trades or no trades.
Bryce Anderson is a solid ass safety.
So Bryce Anderson at pick 149.
Not what you're looking for.
4th round, 6 feet tall, 192. What are your thoughts?
It's a bad pick. I know the player, but that's a bad pick.
Okay.
Bad pick. Yeah, but he's gonna be that man safety that a little bit versatile. He can probably play some slot too. Did we just draft him?
We did, sir.
Bayshaw Tootin?
No, we didn't. I like Bayshaw Tootin. We didn't. I had to look. We went to Miami. So Bryce Anderson is our guy at pick 149 again, safety from Texas A&M. That's in the 5th round. We move on to the 6th. We've got one more again. Ja Joyner, 204.
Come on now. Ja Joyner is one of the first shorts I put out there. He's one of the very first shorts we put out there.
Team. It's good. Like clearly something's in the universe or in the cyberverse.
He's one of the very first shorts I put out there. Isn't that right, kids?
Yeah, man.
One of the first ones we put out there. Ja Joyner is like, who's Ja Joyner? Ja Joyner, where from where? Edge rusher, where?
Where's Ja?
Boom, Minnesota. From Minnesota to Chicago.
Minnesota.
We're back at we're in round 7. There should be a couple of picks moving forward here.
Maxon Hook is down there at the Senior Bowl, I do believe. Now he's pretty good. Maxon Hook is pretty damn good. Let's look at his measurables.
Pretty good.
He's a little undersized for a safety. Anything under, I ain't gonna lie to you. Watching Jaquan Brisker play, he plays at about 190, 195. To me, that's light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In my opinion, I think you need your box safety about 200 pounds. In my opinion, to really take the bump and grind that comes with the NFL, big running backs, big tight ends. You gotta hit them. And that's light to me, but he is a hell of a player right here. Maxon Hook he's like that. I just put it to you like that. That's what the shorties out here talking about. He's like that. Maxon Hook.
Wait, didn't we just draft the safety?
I was just about to say we did. So now we've doubled up at the safety position. Hating these AIs. But they did go back and get us another edge with Savion Jones one more time. So again, clearly the memo has been out. Memo's been put out. The Bears need an edge rusher. They definitely need a safety, and they kind of also need a defensive tackle. So,
Kedz, quick question.
Yeah.
In every one of these scenarios, have you seen the light, quick, fast edge rusher, or have you seen the big, thick, strong edge rusher?
There's been at least one that was 265, 240.
That's
least-
Josh Joyner, man. He's not one of them twitchy edge rushers, bro.
There was another one that Ja was bigger than that, wasn't he?
No.
Let me see Ja
He's
Joyner.
about that. He's about 6'3", 264. 262, 264.
263. No, we got somebody who was lighter than that the previous, like in one of the earlier ones. And I'll tell you who it was. Was it Nick Swarton? No, Nick's too big.
He's big too.
Wasn't Michael Williams 265? Did we get one in the second round here?
One thing about a computer is the composites that it puts together to give you this, they're getting shit from everywhere. And some of that shit probably don't come off as it makes no sense, but it knows what it's doing.
Yeah, it's not drafting completely blind. It's got some good understanding as to
James Pierce. Marlon is right. James Pierce. That was the guy.
Thank you.
That was the guy. That was like his length is gonna make me say yes, Marlon, because he likes big, long, like I think it's what is his name? Peyton something down in Jackson. I mean down in New Orleans, but even that guy has a bottom on him. I can't think of it's Peyton something or something Peyton, one of the two down in New Orleans, the guy they drafted under his leadership. You know, he's turning up, man. He's like versatile defensive lineman. And so the quick fast guy that only can do the speed rush and give you just pure pass rushing ability, until he proves me wrong, I don't see him getting that guy. I don't see him co-signing that guy.
Well, we got a running back this time, so I'll give it like a C plus. You know what I mean? It was all right. We'll run it one more time.
All right.
Oh, and a shout out to people out there in Washington, D.C. There's been a plane crash.
Oh no.
A military helicopter collided with a regional jet plane, and the plane is underwater in the river there.
Damn.
Got like 60 people on it, plus
Damn.
crew.
A helicopter collided with a plane?
Yep. Military Black Hawk.
Oh no.
The fuck is going on?
That's crazy. Oh, be safe, Washington. That's not good. Sweet. So Dom Rob is officially gone based on that info.
No, Dom Rob is actually 6'5", about 260. 260.
Yeah, just saying, keep double drafted. They keep double drafted at the edge position. So
I hate to tell you, Dobbsy, he might see something in Dom Rob, bro. Straight up.
Well, one more time.
I was just looking at Dom Rob tape last night. Actually, I look at everything, man. When I say I look at everything, I look at every one of these players on the field, and I imagine what Dennis Allen might be looking at. Dom Rob might be along Dennis Allen's. He might like him, man. Straight up.
Well, I think it might be that time where he is like where you got to pay him.
Oh, you ain't paying him.
Well, it's not going to be expensive.
Nah. I would love to see what Dennis Allen can do with Dom Rob.
That might be a good.
Yeah, I can flush everything I thought about Dom Rob under Flus, and imagine what Dom Rob can be under Dennis Allen. What Dennis Allen asks him to do.
What kind of rusher do you think about, Dobbsy? What would you consider D-Rob? Throw it in the chat, brother.
What do you say?
Are you saying I don't think power rusher when I think about D-Rob?
He's not particularly, but I think they put too much in Dom Rob's head instead of leaning on his natural strength and power and just like get after people, just bully people, dude. Like that's what Dennis Allen's going to tell him to do. It's like fuck all them pass rushing moves, just straight dominate whoever's in front of you. However that means, it's too much thinking going on. So you got coaches overcoaching and trying to work on all this funny ass stuff in on the practice field. I want you to work on this hand over, this hand under. I want you to work on this spin. I want you to work on this jump on the inside. No, you need people to really, really simplify it when it comes to this stuff. Really, and make it really simple. Say, just get after him. Don't second guess yourself. Just do it. Let your instincts tell you what to do.
I don't know. We'll see what he does. So I ran the sim again. First round, we went with Mason Graham this time, defensive tackle, 6'3", 318. Would you pick Mason Graham at pick number 10?
If you twisted my arm, that definitely would be one of them. He is a straight. His ability to be able to. I think what's special about the Michigan defensive line is whoever the defensive line coach is has really, really emphasized the hand fighting. They win hand wars, and so that's half the game. You get up into a guy, you get leverage. How do you get off of that guy successfully and keep that penetration and keep after the quarterback, maintain your balance and chase? That's good coaching. That's good coaching. These guys at Michigan are really, really, really being coached well as far as the hands go and winning the leverage battle. These guys are really good at that. It's not just him. It's Kenneth Grant. It's even the edge rushers. They win with their hands. And
in Michigan,
huh?
On the Michigan team,
yes,
yeah.
The entire defensive line. They win with their hands and leverage. They're really good, man. That's one of the guys I would not mind coming up in Chicago if we had to make that pick, for sure.
All right, so that's first round again. Mason Graham. Second round, we went with. Oh boy, yeah, y'all. This thing is going to try to make me mad.
You don't know who that guy is.
No, I'm familiar with the top two tight ends in this. I know Harold Fannin is a dude. I will give them that. I wouldn't draft a tight end at 41. That's crazy to me with the holes on this team. But again,
that probably means Cole Kmet's gone.
Has been traded in this general idea. If that's the case, then hopefully we got some extra capital in the Cole Kmet trade.
Probably what that means. But Harold Fannin is, I would just say he's down at the Senior Bowl getting locked up. And he's let me down so far, but they ain't played the game yet. They're just doing drills and individual stuff, team stuff. He ain't showed me nothing yet, but I think some of the stuff I've seen on film is pretty special at times. But I don't know. I think he's probably about the 5th best tight end in the draft.
Debo Samuel type weapon. Am I reading that right?
You're reading it correctly. I'll read it. Fanning is dynamic, explosive tight end who plays with the power and versatility of a Debo Samuel type weapon.
I don't know.
Says somebody. Though he may not fit the traditional mold at his position, his rocked-up frame, sudden bursts, and elite contact balance make him a nightmare for defenders. He's a relentless playmaker who thrives with the ball in his hands, turning routine plays into highlight-worthy moments with sheer force and creativity. Bam! Yeah, like I'm saying, I know about Fanning. You're saying he's maybe top 5 tight end. That's not what the rest of the world is saying. They're saying he's probably again top 2.
I seen Travis Kelce kind of on steroids as a young kid. I'm not gonna tell you who that kid is. Matter of fact, I've seen 1, possibly 2 of them that has Travis Kelce. What makes Travis Kelce special is his hips, his fluidity, how he flows in and out of a route. Like, it's hard to find a tight end. You know what a whip route is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, jerk route.
Yep, jerk route. So it's hard to find a tight end that can do that fluidly and convince you he's going one way and then snatches you out of that and goes the other way. That's hard to find. I've seen 2 of them in this draft, and they're at the infant stages of what Travis Kelce is.
What are the similarities and/or differences between Travis Kelce, a George Kittle, and a Brock Bowers?
Hips. Travis Kelce is elite. He's a receiver. He's just a huge MFer. Is what he is. He's really a receiver that can't run. It doesn't have deep speed, but can really tear you up in between 0 and 25 yards, anywhere in that space between 0 and 25 yards, anywhere in that circumference. He will destroy anybody one-on-one. And he's perfectly suited from the neck up to find those holes in the zone and really sit down. And Mahomes knows that. As long as he's got that guy and some of those guys on the edge and people running from the backfield and him and his legs to be able to really extend plays, Kansas City is almost impossible to beat. It's almost impossible. And with that defense, come on. But Travis Kelce, without Travis Kelce on the field, they have some difficulties. They'd have to change some things up. But Travis Kelce is absolutely the best tight end to ever play football so far.
To ever play football?
So far.
I think
bro.
Gonzalez might have something to say about that.
This fluidity is different, man. You don't understand. Like, dudes that size don't have hips that well and ankles that be able to just cut on a dime and make you look stupid. It's hard to find a kid like that.
I ain't taking anything away from Travis. He's very good, and quite frankly, as far as fantasy football is concerned, I will pick him very early because I know it's hard to get that kind of production at that position, and he does it year on year on year. Can't take anything away from the guy.
Well, now let me ask you this, Nomad, as you've been grinding film, considering our tight end room of Komet, who may or not be traded, Everett, who hopefully is gone, and Mercedes Lewis might finally retire. Who are we looking at? What are we doing for tight end? Free agency or drafting?
Run that by me one more time because I need to. I was messing around with the chat. Run that by me. I heard
on the roster we got Komet, Everett, and Lewis. Who or what should we do in that room if Everett's gone? Free agency. If Lewis retires, now we just got Komet, and maybe he gets traded, maybe not. But to complete that room, do you go free agency or do you draft guys?
I'm gonna say some controversial stuff, and people ain't gonna like it, but I'm like your grandma that'll go up to somebody's crib and tell you, "Hey, that's an ugly baby. That's an ugly baby." You got people that will tell somebody, that's an ugly baby.
That's
I'm gonna tell y'all what we should do is trade Cole Kmet. And we should trade Cole Kmet. He's got value right now. He's got a lot of value right now. And you got talking about Kansas City, you got an aging, Travis Kelce. There's some value there. There's teams that will trade and you can get value for Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet ain't the end of the world. Cole Kmet is a really, really solid player. And his just availability makes him special to me because he's always there. He's never hurt and he's never sitting out games. You notice that about Cole Kmet. But I think at some point, you got to let that go and get your team better. And if that means letting go of a really good player, that's a really good player that got to go. But
who do you replace him with?
I think you go in the draft. It's several guys you can replace him with. Notre Dame is a freaking tight end factory. Just go get a Notre Dame tight end. Go get a Penn State tight end. It's a factory for tight ends.
So he is, and I don't have Spot Track up right now, but Cole Kmet is in a contractual situation where it would actually be, even though he's just recently signed his contract, I'm pretty sure we can get out of it, and it's not a massive detriment. I think it actually works out positively if we trade, like if we do get out of the Cole Kmet deal. And I'm not so sure he loved what was going on here this past season, and I don't blame him for a second. So, yeah, maybe that's, we were talking about Jalen Johnson earlier on at 30-plus mil. Doubtful there. I think Cole Kmet is a little bit more realistic at the end of the day as a potential trade target. So there's that. Then you got to go find yourself another tight end, and hopefully you got some capital out of a Cole Kmet trade. Last thing to say, after a season like that, who the hell trading for Cole Kmet?
I would not mind if Cole Kmet got traded for some assets, I would not mind if y'all can barbecue my ass later, crispy fry my ass, whatever. But I would not mind if Jalen Johnson got traded for, I would say, a player and some assets.
Yeah, like I say, it's just crazy. The numbers game with Jalen is just crazy to even consider.
That's a lot of cap to eat.
It's crazy, right? So I don't know. I should probably look at,
because if you look at where Ben Johnson came from, obviously he said that offense won't be this offense. But when Detroit traded Hawkinson up to Minnesota, and then they got Laporta, and Laporta looks like, a good player. So if Ben Johnson has a taste or an eye for a particular tight end, size or speed, and Komet ain't it, deuce is cold.
So I think we're okay with that.
Yeah, so let me look at Cole.
I think we need to get okay with this guy. Ben Johnson might look at this roster in a different way that we look at him. And I think us as homers, I think we tend to look at the roster with a whole bunch of heart and, the warmth. Like we love Cole Komet. Cole Komet's a good player. We love Jalen Johnson. He's a great player.
Love is such a strong word.
We get so wrapped up into our guys. We get used to them. And the thought of those guys not being here and some other coach coming in here and saying, I like the guy, but I think we'll be all right if we don't have him. We can bring in, we can draft, we can hit free agency. That happens every time that there's a coaching change. And
well,
I think,
you know what happens with every coaching change in every season? The roster changes.
Yeah.
Guys leave, guys retire, guys get traded, contracts are up. Every season will be different. That locker room last season will not be this locker room this upcoming season. You got, of course, your guys that are going to be there, like your quarterback and like your Rome. But other than that, it's like Tev. We got used to seeing Tevin Jenkins. Good luck with your future there, homie. And whoever else, whether it be Jalen Johnson or Cole Komet, local guy, fan favorite. But on the field, his productivity ain't there.
So
Cole Komet, pull this down if you want to, man. We just have a round of.
We'll finish this off, but I'll talk about Cole Komet real quick. Cole Komet is he's just under $5 million dead cap, as opposed to a $30 million cap hit with a Jalen Johnson, as opposed to a $17 million cap hit with Tremaine, who I really think is the guy that they do need to cut bait on. Like, I'll be real on that one. I know you.
A real quick question, kids. Now, the cap hit, is that just for cutting, or is that includes trading?
Right.
That includes the trade, right? So if you trade him, you're still eating $30 million of.
No, you can negotiate that.
Well, do you negotiate a piece of it? Of course, and you also negotiate by way of capital. You need to get back.
Right. That's why I said you trade Jalen Johnson, you need a piece included.
Yeah. So nobody was going to trade for him for 2 firsts last season. I don't like that $30 million is at least a first round pick, if not 2. I'm not sure if anybody's doing that this time around. But maybe he's continued he's continued high caliber plays. So there is that. Whereas
hold on 1 second, let me answer this.
I don't know. All right. So let's finish off the draft. But those 2 guys, those 3 guys, it's going to be real tough sledding, making a move. I don't see it.
Well, the only way to play that would be is if, we ate more of the contract, then the compensation would be higher. As opposed if we sent out more of the contract, the compensation would be lower.
Exactly. So the downside is, one more time, now you're looking at a situation where you could just dip into free agency and keep him and and just pay a guy for a position, right? Like, so Trey Smith, boom, you just go get Trey Smith, In this scenario, you're getting 2 lottery tickets, that might turn out to maybe being a Trey Smith and maybe being a Jalen Johnson, as opposed to having Jalen Johnson and Trey Smith.
And don't even bring up Trey Smith because Nomad talking about $20 million for a guard. What are y'all talking about?
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, do something, fix that line. I don't care how you do it, by hook or by crook, but if this would definitely cripple your ability to do that. Is really what I'm talking about with Jalen. Like, Jalen kind of has to stay. Denzel Burke in the second here. We wound up trading out somewhere. So that's
Speaking of cornerback.
Yeah, I'm hating this thing. So one more cornerback, 6'1", 190 pounds. They give him a lot of respect here. I'm not sure if he's more of a press guy or zone. They got lockdown defender, so maybe they're saying he's a press guy. He needs to improve deep coverage. We'll see. Move on into the third round. These third rounders have been interesting. Oh, we got 2 in the third. David Walker. So Andrew Mukuba, 6 foot, 195, safety from Texas. Versatile playmaking ability. He started with Clemson. You may be familiar with him from Clemson. Thrives in zone coverage. Aggressive, energetic. Interesting move, but again, I agree with the safety maneuver. I think a safety is required. We do get another edge rusher here with David Walker. I think we looked at David Walker earlier, but 6'1", 267. I wouldn't
kind of light,
and no length here, right? At 6'1", you're gonna have a hard time with offensive tackles at 6'7", 6'6". So there's that. That would not be my selection in the third. I would have gone with. Well, they just got the safety. A lot of safety in this third round.
In the graph says we got Sewell just sitting on the bench and Sanborn. Sewell can't stay healthy. And every time he gets on the field, it's like he goes down hurt. And then he got in on special teams, but we haven't even really seen him at linebacker in a game. And, Jackhammer, he's a baller. It's just he's a little speed challenged.
I would gather to say that Noah Sewell would be one of those guys on the roster that I want to see what he can do myself. If I'm Dennis Allen, I'm looking at him like I saw his film myself. And if I'm Dennis Allen, I'm like, he was high on my list, and I wanted to draft that dude. He's a downhill linebacker.
Obviously.
He's one of those guys. I want to see what happens when I put him in my camp and I ask him to do the things I want him to do versus what I've seen as far as production goes, what I've seen so far. I can see Dennis Allen coming in here and say, you know what? He's getting a clean slate with me. Because I think I thought he was one of the top 2 or 3 linebackers in the draft. And what he ended up being here in Chicago, I don't know if it was injury related. Some of that stuff is tricky, Trips. Some of that stuff is very tricky. You see a guy on injury report. I don't know what's going on. Somebody didn't like it.
I can answer a little bit. Like, he was injured, but you also have to just recognize how far deep. Like, it was a bad pick. He was super deep, and I don't mean by way of talent. He was just.
You want to put on for Baskerville? Just say it.
No, that's where I'm.
Not necessary.
It's not just Baskerville, but also Amen Agbagbamiga. Like, these guys stepped up, and they look great out there. And when I say look great, they look a lot better than Noah Sewell the few times he even gets on the field, to the level that these guys are getting on the field before him, over him.
Look at what In the Grass is saying. It's just perfect. Well, he was sitting behind those money guys.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Tremaine and Terrell. TJ, sorry, you know what I mean? Like, we're not even talking about those guys. We're talking about the backups. I didn't even mention Sanborn, right? So, like, he's got a long list of humanity to beat, to get in front of, to make his impression felt. And at this point, we kind of saw what the results of that was, and it was not a lot of him being on the field. You're right. I think Dennis Allen has to see him, But unfortunately, I'm not so sure that after he sees him, he's going to be on this roster.
Noah Sewell is still the same linebacker that we drafted, in my opinion, until something proves me wrong. I think Noah Sewell, I think he struggled playing in space.
He did. They're like, all of those guys are better in space than he is. All of them.
Which is why he's not seeing the field as much.
That's it. That like you nailed it. That's exactly it. He's just a little bit slow, right? He's not
slow. It's spatial awareness is I'm watching this, but I need to be mindful of that. That's what it is to play in a zone. I can speak to that with 100% clarity. And until you're comfortable playing in a zone, it is uncomfortable because you're not playing a player. You're playing grass.
Mm.
You know what I mean? You're not playing a player. You're playing grass. It's guys that are going to come through your grass and guys that you think might come through your grass, and you're trying to keep the peripheral vision aware enough that you can see what might happen. And so as you see a guy coming through your zone and through your grass, be mindful that another guy might. And I might have to jump out of my zone to go cover this or that. And so and then you're asking a guy to play with instincts at the same time. And so I'm covering grass, not a player, and you're telling me this is your property. Be the landlord here, make people pay the rent. Okay. What if my instincts say, get off this property and go tax somebody elsewhere and get you some more money? You can't take that away from a player. And his instincts are to really, really, I think what Dennis Allen does, I think Noah Sewell would fit 110%.
But would he fit it better than the remaining linebackers on the team?
We don't have those guys. Baskerville got cut. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that Michael Baskerville.
When did he get cut?
He got cut a couple days ago. They cut several guys. Baskerville, Mallory. Help me out, No Maniacs. It's several guys that got cut. But he was one of them. Baskerville, Mallory, I can remember. Maybe a few other guys, 2 or 3 other guys, but I think it was like 5 or 6 dudes.
Yeah, because the only departure that I was Reddy Stewart went up to the Vikings.
Yeah, Reddy Stewart was one of them. But what's that tell you? What's that tell you when one of your better linebackers per Kedz gets cut? That means that they want to give this guy a clear path. They want to give this guy a glide path to see whether you're a football player on this team or not. Let's get Baskerville up out of here and let him go. And let's see what we got in Noah Sewell.
But Baskerville was younger, or not younger, but a more recent draft. And he was showing up in special teams and on the field. So it's like it would just seem counterproductive to be like, all right, we know this kid can play, but let's get rid of him to see what this other kid got.
We don't know what's going on inside that building. We don't know what kind of fair shake he got. We don't. Only thing we can do is speculate from the outside. That's all we can do.
The Hound was nice. The Hound of Baskerville.
Man, you know what? In practice, I was so looking at that Senior Bowl practice and just reminiscing those days. Like that's when you find out, it's something going on with Noah Sewell that ain't being reported. That's all I know. Something ain't hitting right for me.
Well, I don't know. I can't really take up for Noah Sewell in any capacity because he doesn't make it on the field. So that's really where I am with it. And I mean, he doesn't even make it on the special teams either. And he's kind of invisible. I don't know. Dobbsy saying he forgot he was on the team, and I don't blame you, Dobbsy. So,
but why do you kids? Why There's a reason. Like every coach in every situation in the NFL, like could you imagine? We have conversations back and forth, kids, all the time about who should be making these picks. You think it should be Ryan Poles, and that's it. At the end of the day, it should be Ryan Poles making the pick, his choice, period. No, there's more to it. And there's other times when, Ryan Poles might say, I want to pick this guy. We need linebackers. I don't like this linebacker. Save you a Flus. I want to get this linebacker. and he don't get him. And Ryan Post gets his choice at Noah Sewell, and that guy never really sees the field. Can you imagine a situation like that could play out?
You mean like Tyler Scott? You never know when players and coaches have friction or whatever. Maybe they tried to holler at Flus's daughter or something, and Flus took umbrage with that and was like, yeah, you ain't seeing the field. Whereas Pauls was like, yo, I drafted this kid, but you're not playing him. But the GM doesn't make the coach play players, theoretically.
Yep. At the end of the day, I think people should understand that dynamic exists. Like people just really think this is just some kind of cookie cutter romper room kind of like everything is exactly the way it looks like on the outside. Nah, dude, on the inside of that, and when you get in that locker room, the dynamics between player, coach, GM ain't all harmony. It ain't. Ryan Poles might have jumped out there and drafted some guys against Flus's best interest, because he thought that we needed those guys, and Flus teach them a lesson. It's like these guys will never see the field, right? Should have got me the guys I wanted.
And you can't blame. Like I can't even blame Matt Eberflus for that. Again, if I know you wanted to take it there. You clearly have
I wasn't trying to go there, kids. I just
you clearly have a love in your heart for.
No. I just want to make sure that people understand that I got homeboys that I don't talk about regularly on these podcasts that tell me stuff, and I understand stuff in a different way. I know that kind of shit goes on, and they have to sit there and grin and bear it. You never ever seen Noah Sewell in front of the camera, have you? Since he's got drafted here, you never seen him. The reporters come put the mic in their face. Hey, Noah Sewell, why aren't you getting on the field? They make sure that Noah Sewell stays away from the camera.
What are you saying here?
I'm saying that it's intentional why he hasn't been on the field, in my opinion.
Drama.
Yeah. Okay. So I again can't take that away from you. Totally possible. All I'm saying is he has seen the field. When he was on the field, he did not look like the rest of that linebacker group. I just have to put that out there. That's my take on it. I might be wrong, but I didn't. I have to say right down to Amen Ogbongbemiga, those guys, the rest of those guys looked a heck of a lot more adept than Noah Sewell did.
Listen to what they're saying in here. I haven't even seen a podcast in months because I don't have time to be watching podcasts. It's not that I don't enjoy some of them. I love all those shows, and I love watching him and Greg Gabriel, but I haven't been able to watch it. But he said, Dobbs 34 saying, yeah, Greg Gabriel has talked about that before, and I think he's talking about the dynamic between the GM and the coach and getting the player that you might not have wanted.
For sure. Like I can't, like I said, I can't argue with that because I've been talking about that kind of stuff for the last little while. I'm just not so sure that that's this situation with these linebackers. But maybe it is. Maybe he made somebody mad. Maybe he pissed in somebody's cornflakes. Sorry, MC Fact. But you know what I mean? If that's a situation and he's not getting on the field due to the coach, same token, all the more reason for Dennis Allen to take a good look at Noah Sewell and what he can bring to the table. If he can't bring what the other guys bring, and I would be very surprised. And like this is part of it for me. I would be very surprised that a linebacker can't be impactful in special teams. And in that respect, he really didn't get on the special teams side of the game either, right? He wasn't impactful in special teams. We saw the other two linebackers really impactful on that as a part of that special teams unit in one way, shape, or form.
Okay,
so,
kids, all I'm telling you, and this is, I'll just leave it here. I watched Noah Sewell's film intently. I mean, game after game after game after game, and came away so impressed by Noah Sewell that I'm telling you, there's no way possible that Noah Sewell is that bad where he doesn't even see the fucking field. Something else is going on there.
Maybe.
Like the comment that in the grasp. Oh, yeah, there was the Indy linebacker that shitted on Flus.
I saw that.
left and made the starting lineup and the Pro Bowl. And I believe the story was he was the second or third string linebacker at the time. And he was like, hey, what are the calls that I need to make? What are the checks on defense? And Flus was like, don't worry about it. and Buddy was like, hey, but if I need to go in, I need to know this shit. And he was like, yeah, don't worry about it. And then Flus left, and he was like, peace, Flus, and now he's in the Pro Bowl.
Man.
So it could just be personal friction.
Wow.
And if Flus has that rep of being the goofy ass that we realize that he is, that could be a thing with him.
I'm just telling y'all, I'm done just saying this stuff because I want to make some kind of reason why Noah Sewell hasn't seen the field. I just know it's other stuff too. It's other shit to it, man. And sometimes it's stuff we don't know.
Yeah, no, like I said, I can't. If we're talking like general drama and politics, I don't know about what's brewing in the locker room in that respect. I can't count it out. I also can't count on it. Now, that other, the other player, the other linebacker you were talking about was behind two stellar linebackers, right? Like, and I think he was like fifth string as opposed to third. He was a ways back. Those guys wound up getting traded after Flus left, and he found his way into the position, and he was lights out. Perfect. But the facts was he probably wasn't going to see the field very often. Same token, in Chicago, we got two stellar linebackers in Tremaine and TJ. And if Jack sees his way on the field, cool. If Baskerville sees his way on the field, cool. It's just a little bit further down for Noah to really be effective. And it's tough.
I'm telling you, bro. And I don't mean this to be trying to talk at people. And I'm saying this in general, not just to you kids. I'm talking about in general. What I seen on Noah Sewell's tape and what kind of action he got here with the Bears. It just didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And there is, to me, there was some apparent, he was too good watching him in Oregon. He was entirely too good not to see. I know we have Jack Sanborn. I know we got TJ Edwards. I know we got Tremaine Edmonds. And we just spent a bunch of money on those guys. I know Baskerville came as a UFDA or UDFA. That doesn't make any sense. There is something else going on. Something else is going on, kids. I promise you. And I think we'll find out pretty soon. Either Noah Sewell is going to turn some heads when his camp turns out because they got rid of Baskerville. There's a clear path for him to make this team and get some time on that field. You know what I mean? I ain't buying that shit. Noah Sewell's too good on film. Bullshit. Nothing. I ain't buying that bullshit that he ain't good enough to get on the field. I ain't buying it. But let's give out some pleasantries before we get up out of here because I think my girlfriend is on her way. I would love to keep going, but we got it. We've been here almost 4 hours, no maniacs. That's why you love us. Because we don't come on here for 15 minutes with every little breaking news story because we just When we give it to you in earnest. 4 hours worth. 4 hours worth. Give it up for the No Maniacs. Give it up for us over here at the Nomad Network, man. Hit that like button. And if you're watching the show and you haven't subscribed and you haven't tuned in yet, hit that subscribe button. You help us out because I know damn well you heard some stuff in here doing this podcast. You got to be like, you know what? Them motherfuckers know what they talking about.
Flam, MFers.
Help us out. But go ahead, kids. Give out some pleasantries before we get up out of here.
Yo, Matt, shout out to all you guys. Thanks for listening to my family diatribe earlier into the show. I've been the whole time we were talking here. I'm looking for Michael Baskerville listed as being a cut. I did find that he has not signed a futures deal with us by way of practice squad, so maybe he's gone. It kind of sounds that way. I only see the one post, so keep y'all's eyes out for Michael Baskerville and whether he shows up again on the team. I thought he played exceptionally, including I believe he returned a couple of kicks too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like he played really well. I'm kind of surprised that he was not retained in some capacity here. In any event, give you guys a little bit of love. Please like, share, subscribe. Please, please, please check out my homie Sports Chicago Style. We'll be back here in a couple of days doing more Bears stuff. And in that respect, like, share, subscribe, and follow us again on Sunday. So big shout outs to whatever the you know what I want. Media will kill them if they trade back out of the 10th slot after what just happened. Uh-oh. Damn media. If we're making our moves by way of media, we're already lost. So Ryan Paul's grow pair, do what you got to do, man. You need quantity, and you'll get the quality in the second round. Mr. Mayhem, what it do? What's popping? My guy in the grass was with us all the way through. So was Minister Charles Johnson, the super maniac. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Who else we got out there? Mr. Mayhem, Dobbsy34, AC Adams rolling with us all the way through tonight. Thank you very much to all you guys. Mad love, mad respect. Marlon Johnson, again, super no maniac Marlon Johnson. Shout out to you. Big love to our guy, Ant Moss. Slick Sophistication was with us. The Scrolls keeping it hilarious every single time. Big Joe Vizzo Joe. What's going on, Joe? Hope everything is good, man. Zach, mad props to you. You had some really poignant comments today. MC Fact, shout out to you, my friend. FFG Style was out there doing the darn thing with us. Mad love to you as per normal. Shout outs to Paul Rodriguez, you and the comedian. Both of you deserve shout outs. Unless you are the comedian, then again, you can send me. Please send a super chat because you got paid for sure, bro. Who else we got out there? Who else is hanging out with us? The Crooked Commish. The Commish was with us. What it do, Crooked? Yo, we got to set something up and get Crooked back on here one of these days, man. It was fun chopping it up with you when you were on, and definitely got to do that one more time. Shout outs to our guy Rex Smith and Adrian Matute. Big love there, Adrian. Mad props. Who else we got? Definitely said Dobbsy34, but I'll say it again because he's with us all the way through the night. Christopher House jumped in for a little bit. Shout outs to you, Chris. Ronaldo Swift, no relation to DeAndre Swift. Big love for you, man. Shout outs to you, Nick Rembert, doing the research out there, doing the Lord's work. Thank you, sir. Thank you for hooking us up, giving us a little bit of talk track today. We appreciate that. And by all means, continue that good work and send us what you see out there. We've got no problems popping it up here and discussing it. And that goes for all y'all no maniacs out there. If you see something out in the winds and you think it's worthy of a discussion, hit us up at the email address. Nomad, what's your email address?
nomadlivepod2023 @gmail.com.
There you go. What he said. We got Dennis Moody as well. Or, find Nomad on Twitter, too. You can hunt him down there. Or find me on Twitter, at Kedz the Canuck. See,
can we find Kedz on YouTube as well, Kedz?
Yes, we can find Kedz on YouTube as well, brother. By all means, take a look at what I'm doing over there. I'm doing some stuff. I may start doing some technology stuff, too. I was actually building something really cool because there's a new AI out there called DeepSeek.
Mm-hmm.
And from China, I woke up on Tuesday and it was all over my feed. I couldn't avoid it. So I started testing it out versus ChatGPT. And for a minute there, it blew ChatGPT's pants off. And I was worried. Mind you, with a technology like that, you can pull more information than China could with TikTok. So be careful. The flip side is, it kind of retaught me how to use ChatGPT on a different level, and ChatGPT is still a heck of a lot more powerful than anybody's giving it credit for. So down the road, one of these days, we'll do some technology stuff for sure.
Hold on, kid. Did you just say you blew somebody's pants off?
Mine.
That's what he said.
Is that what you just said?
See,
that's
like,
what he said.
What's my answer? Like, I'm gonna be respectful. Be respectful.
Well, he didn't blow him after he got.
Out of Pepe.
Well, that's how that happened. Yeah. So, shout out to Dennis Moody. Thanks for coming through. And again, big shout outs to Nick, because you were critical and crucial today, man. Shout outs to you. Shout out to the dude, man. I know things are going on with the dude. Big love to you, man. We love you, man. Hopefully everything is going good. Big shout outs to our guy. It's Crimson. You dig? He's a super no maniac. You should be as well. $4.99 as we move forward per month. Keep up with the gang here. Shout outs to Marco King, who's always up in it early. Mad love to you, Marco King, and mad love to our guy Joseph Archer. Big shout outs to all of the above. King Booker World, the super no maniac, jumped in too. Mad love to you, sir. Shout outs to all of you guys here, as in my brother Nomad and my brother Triple R. Thanks for chopping it up as per normal. Triple R, what do you got to say, man?
Just real quick, In the Grasp said he got to make it up to the lady because she allowed him to watch the program. I would suggest you work the tip of the tongue. You start with the little letters of the alphabet. Then you work your way up to the big letters of the alphabet until she pushes you away. So
not just the vowels, A-E-I-O-U, although that might work too.
Whole alphabet, baby. Whole alphabet.
All right.
You know, you gotta work it out. So loosen up that jaw, get those tongue exercises going, and you'll be all right. Right on in the grass.
Holy crap! Yeah.
You gotta put your face in the place. Gotta have your eyebrows looking like you done rubbed jelly glaze all over your face.
Well, now we've gone a little bit far. I was with you there with the alphabet, but hell, here we go.
All right, big up to all the No Maniacs out there. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for chopping it up with us, and that you appreciate what we be talking about, the content, bears and or otherwise. Otherwise. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, Sports Chicago Style. And we'll see you when we see you.
Oh, hold on. Let me get your graphic up. Who the fuck went in the videos and dumped out my sit your ass down? Who did that, man? Kedz, you been in here fucking around.
Why would I do that? No, man.
I don't know who did it, but somebody went in there and did that.
No. I didn't do it.
I'm pissed off now. I gotta figure out who did that. I'm gonna figure it out now. God damn it now.
Hey. He said he's already full.
Hey, hit my boy up over there, man. Y'all make sure. And he's trying to get to 100 trips. You got to say that, bro.
Because see,
we've been there before, man.
I understand, but the irritating part of being a content creator is like you got to hey, help me get to 100 subs. Hey, help me get to 1,000 subs, and then all the way up to millions, however it is. And you got to count it down, and it's like, yeah, I want you to be involved, but I keep forgetting to keep the actual numbers going, and it's like, yeah, subscribe because I'm busy making content, and it's like, oh yeah, I got to do the marketing as well. So I did a live for the first time on the channel when Ben Johnson was hired, tested it out, and when I reach 100 subs with your help, we're gonna start doing interviews with other creators and people of interest. So I want to use that as a milestone to reach, and then keep it moving on from there. So with your help and support, I will get there and then be able to make more content to be able to promote more and get more subs, because that's the circle of life. Hakuna Matata.
Amen to that. I hear you, man. It's like you got to keep up with all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate everybody, man, and we are at, I don't know how many subs right now, but I just want to say a special shout out to all the new subs that just came in. We got over 70 this month, and we appreciate that. That those people that came in and sub to the channel and then that are enjoying this content, man, because we do work hard over here, man. We work hard to get this content out here. I'm gonna speak to myself in particular. I'm working my butt off to make sure that you guys get the content that you're looking for. Everybody's curious about what we're going to do in free agency, who are the players that we should be targeting with these coaches that we just brought on, and what we're going to do in the draft. Who are these players that we should know about? Nomad and Nomad Network, Kedz and Trips. Who are these guys we need to know about? can you do due diligence to make sure that we know who these players are? I think you're starting to see the fruit of that labor. You're starting to see if anybody's watching the Senior Bowl, and if anybody's watching some of the content that's out there with some of these experts, some of the people that we've been talking about for a couple of months now are now starting to get on the tongues of some of these guys. So there's clear and obvious proof that over here at this network, people kind of know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to this football stuff. And whether or not people want to give us the credit that we deserve, it's irrelevant because we're going to keep on getting this shit cracking the way we keep getting it cracking. You know what I mean? And so I'm proud of that. And I know these guys here can say the same thing about it. We're proud of that. You know what I mean? And we can put our foot in something. That's one of the things we can do. We can really hang our hats on the fact that we know these football players out here. And we can kind of gauge where things are going. And we kind of been putting it out there. We talked about, you know, maybe the Bears should look at some of the college O-line coaches. Sure enough, they did. We've been talking about several of these players out here. I mean, Dennis Allen. We talked about this guy for weeks before we hired him. Sure enough, they hired him. You know what I mean? We can see what it is. It's just about whether you can get over you know, sometimes, you know, people watch content because they're just kind of fanboys of whatever the popular thing is. And unfortunately, that's just the way the game goes, you know, but get over that. Find people that you can really hang your hat on like we hang our hat on you all. We really hang our hat on you all as No Maniacs. And we believe that doing this live content, giving you pure, unadulterated, just great football stuff for however many hours it takes us to give it to you, I think it's worth doing it. And I think you all appreciate it, man. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of everybody over here at the Nomad Networks. Trip, Kedz, everybody. And my guy, the dude who did those drops for us, all that. I'm the pappy, all that. Dude came in here and he's taking some time. He's taking some time off because he's in a transition right now, trying to get his shit in order for the most part, moving around a little bit. And he jumped in out of nowhere and said, "I'll hook you up." And he did that for us. So I appreciate it. That's our little bro over there. That's our little bro, the dude, man. We love him and we're gonna take care of him over here whenever he gets back here. And we'll be ready for him when he does. But with that being said, I just want to say thank you guys one more time. Be safe out there. I don't know what happened in DC. Trips, you wanna reiterate that one more time?
Yeah, there was a incident between a Black Hawk military helicopter and a regional jet that had a collision, and the regional jet was in, I believe it's the Potomac or some body of water out over there.
Yeah,
There's had like 60 people on it. So, you know, it's a developing situation. So just, you know, keep prayers up for him.
Potomac, I know you're in the right region. That's definitely that area. Damn.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and look right when we get done with this and see what's going on. But that's crazy. I really don't want to know what I find out, but I gotta go find out because it's current events. And I'm hooked to it just like we all are. And I just want to say thank you all one more time, man. I appreciate these bros. I love every Wednesday night when we can get together and do this. I look forward to this every Wednesday. And I know we're going to do good things with this show. We're just getting started on some extra sauce. Just want y'all to know that. We're just getting started. This thing is going places, and it's going to go wherever we decide to land this damn ship. And I guarantee you that. We're going to get money out this. I promise you that. But with that being said, I want to leave you with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, people, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.